Like screw titans and stuff. Like those can just be boss creatures. Like I just want I just want like ettins and those types of creatures to do more than just be like, "Brar, please die." You know? I want them to be like, I demand tribute in the form of 15 livestock or something. There's a short of me talking about how I kind of wish that there was more things that they would demand when offering parlays. And the thing that I jumped to when I'm talking about, like, I wish they had more things that they could demand when they were offering parlays was, like, I would like 6 newborn or 6 not yet adult children, because the goblins, like, are always, like, you know, kidnapping kids, so, like, that makes sense. And then and the way I worded it sounds like I'm saying that they're less valuable than artifacts, which, I kind of feel that way. And I think the most upvoted comment is like, that's the most Dwarf Fortress thing I've ever heard, is just like, man, I don't want to give away my artifacts to, like, stop a war, but I'll happily hand over a bunch of children. Which, like, I don't think I would, but I would consider it. Two heads, 3 opinions? Wait. Unless it's a male Etten, then 3 heads and 2 opinions. The Etten who becomes mayor has an expert... he's an expert at arguing and socializing? Oh, that would be amazing. I maintain that my favorite bug in Dwarf Fortress is the Cyclops Pope, which is just like, because those mega beasts can speak, they have a they can sometimes, very infrequently, join religious groups while legends are still running, and there's something about that is just so fucking funny to me. Enjoy your lurks, Slenderman. You're gonna be an adult and run to the storm? Do what you gotta do. You know where to find me when you get back. To wish a good stream, hearing Blind say I would give up a few kids. That sounds like that sounds about right. I'm just saying, I would offer multiple dwarven children as tribute in exchange for War Stop. That seems reasonable to me. I don't know. Or like a prisoner exchange. You have a Gorlak in your current fort? Wait, is this a wild animal Gorlak or like a Gorlak that's like there to study? I had a fortress that had a Gorlak queen and a Gorlak captain of, or no, a Gorlak outpost liaison. And when we acquired Mountain Home or capital in that fort, the Gorlak queen and her and the other Gorlak moved in. Later on, the wrestler has bestowed the name Nangekast upon an iron spear. Is that what we call it now? Welcome to the, congratulations for naming your spur. It's definitely a spur of the moment decision, I think. We'll give you all of our firstborns. All? No. Like 3 at most. Come on. Let's be reasonable here. No, do not take the mayor's perfect sock, okay? It's the mayor's sock. The mayor made it himself. He's not a very creative individual. He mostly just gets screamed at by unhappy individuals. And he actually managed to get some vacation time and, you know, make a sock. So we're very proud of him, and he'll be very sad and distressed if it gets taken away. We just simply can't have that. It absolutely will not do. I really, when people notice that that's like one of the things that nobles do, they either get really perplexed, or like confused. It's like, Dwarf Fortress needs therapists. I'm like, that's what your Baron does. And they're like, well, I killed him. It's like, well, yeah, it's... Now I don't need to tell you why Dwarf Fortress needs therapists. It's because, like, you know, you're like, I need a therapist. And you walk into a therapy appointment and drop a fucking anvil on the guy's head. And it's like, well... Honestly, I think therapy in Dwarf Fortress is, like, more reasonable and affordable than therapy in real life. I mean, therapy in Dwarf Fort is just like, yeah, you know, they work for, like, 3 backpacks and, like, 2 coins a year. Like, that's a fucking steal. Have you seen the price of healthcare? I mean, holy shit. That's specialized labor. That needs, like, damage pay. Oh my god. Okay, that's actually kind of fucked. This cavern layer leads into the lower layer. Look at that. That actually makes me wonder. How much you want to bet? Chat, you guys want to do some science? It's kind of dangerous science, but how do we feel about dangerous science? Because I'd be willing to bet that this down here would lead directly into the magma sea. We're gonna do a little science. I'm gonna drop, like, I don't know, a 4-tile square straight down. Oh wait, never mind. This is actually a terrible place to do this. It won't fall. Never mind. I'm not gonna put it there. I lied. Okay, so we're gonna have to move the science. Not too far though. Maybe just to, like, right there. That'll do. Why don't? Yeah, we'll just drop this. Because I could just, like, go here, here, and here. Yeah, that'll be fine. Was that an absolute unit of a mushroom tree? I mean, this is a pretty giant bloodthorn. I mean, look at all of the water it has. It's got so much water. Whereas, like, these are also pretty large. It's kind of awesome, really. And that's getting done. Let's grab you. Wait, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Don't do that. Oh no, actually I could do it this way. This would be easier. Yeah, let's just do it this way. I'm smart, not dumb. What'd you call me that for, chat? I know what I'm doing. Link. We got an ad coming up in 37 seconds, chat. Question, do cutting mushrooms, yes. Yes, they do. They do count as trees. I actually haven't told this story yet today. Usually it's like 2 to 3 times a day. The mushrooms underground count as trees. My Tarn has gone back and forth over the years as to why they count, but they do count. I think it was initially a hard coding reason and it's just kind of stayed that way. My theory is that the elves are friends with the trees. Like, they speak to them, they talk to them, you know, they're like the Lorax. Whereas the mushroom trees are the ways the trees talk to each other, so you're cutting their phone line or their internet. I would be very mad if somebody walked into my apartment building and snipped my, like, and snipped my fiber line. I'm not going to say that I would, like, cause physical harm to somebody for that. But I wouldn't say that I wouldn't do that. Cannot, unable to connect to error 404, unable to connect to mycelium network. Do you mean minecart ramps? Need to go on constructed ramps and not channeled ramps? If you are engraving the track, they need to go on dug ramps. If you are building the track, they can go on either, but they need one. They can't turn on ramps. Pro tip. Okay, so this one floor piece right here will cave in through here. There is an ad break running, so I'm gonna get this pulled, but I'm gonna leave the game paused until the ads are done. No, the elves are just like trying to like run. So the elves are trying to run a surveillance state on the dwarves by like asking the trees what the dwarves are up to, and then suddenly like they lose all contact with their friends, and they're like, Agent Oak 45, please come in. Agent Oak 45, please come in. Oh, no response. What was the last message we got from Willow 31? Beep boop. Oh. Dwarves had found a cavern lair. They've cut our phone lines. We've lost signal. Well, it's time to begin sending the trade caravans until they tempt us into more drastic measures. You know, that's all. The things that they do to stop the slaughter of their, I don't know, pomegranate trees. Did they change the moss texture? Nope. No, it looks exactly the same as it always has. Did they? At least to me it does. I always thought of it more as a gray than a green, but if you buy their grown logs and make crafts out of them, and you can sell them back to them. I like buying grown cages and then filling them up with livestock and using them as a way to offload large sums of livestock. Okay, let's unpause now. Who's coming to pull the lever? Who's ready to see if there's magma sea underneath this cavern? Well, you think that they're using fiber, Hyperdan? I think that they're using Cheerios. All right, so here it begins, chat. Look up, right, abort. Now. Okay. All right, well, that answers that question. It is not, in fact, directly below. That layer. It might be there, but it's not right there, you know? It's a lot of webbage. Yeah. Clearly Mark's been in the area. You know, I don't think we've ever named a web-spitting creature Mark Webber. One of these days we have to do that. For some reason, I think I said thank you for the brand new Prime from Spotted Owl. But I have zero recollection of it. So I'm just going to say, if I did miss you, I'm very sorry. Thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate you. It's literally a fiber cut. True. You know, I've said before that Dwarf Fortress is one of the few games that I would be genuinely terrified if they actually escaped from it. Hey, chat, if you could pick one video game to take one character type and release it into the real world, what would it be? Chocobos. I feel like chocobos are just funny-looking emus, but we kind of already have those. But, you know, honestly, like, why not? Who doesn't want a new variation of an emu? Okay, now this one over here is all set up. The brewer over here is going to go fill the pond. Giant mosquitoes from DF? We already have those. They live in Winnipeg. It's a well-known fact. Gorlax. They would literally own the cooking network. LCS activists. I feel like we already have a bunch of those, but maybe I'm missing something. But we could always use more. You're not wrong. Dragons from a game where dragons are a source of magic. Just imagine just Sutton's Phosphro Dawes everywhere. I don't know why that's the first place my head goes. Gremlins? Oh gosh. Hopefully, if gremlins were released into reality, they would just live in the care of the elderly shopkeeper forever and never actually get out. You know? It's just like there's just one cute mogwai, and life goes on. Okay. We have a good amount of meals, good amount of food. Leave all the constructed floor jobs running. But I'm going to keep making soap from tall. We're going to keep doing tallow. Going to keep the leather backpacks. Going to pause these. Keep that. Pause that. I'll keep that, actually. Unpause that and unpause that. And let's just let the jobs run out a little bit. Because they will, pretty quickly, end up congregating in the tavern over here. Although all this construction is helping. Moods are absolutely reverting back to extraordinarily positive. Bring on the necromancers. Actually, this is kind of a stretch and sort of kind of cheating. Can I just say Gandalf? Gandalf's in a video game, right? Actually, no, Radagast, because Radagast would be fun to hang out with. Although this, now I'm just kind of like morphing my once like relatively coherent question and turning it into just like, what fantasy character would you most like to hang out and have a drink with / smoke a bowl with? Radagast, hands down. I feel like guy's got stories. Also, probably smells awful. But like, although I'm not gonna lie, there is at least one gremlin that I would want to have a drink with. Just came home. Time for lurking games. What you playing recently, Creed? This Kate's probably the genie. Yeah. But only if you find his lamp. Should I make a third one and put it in here? Because I find this kind of funny. This is like the temple dining hall. A lot more of the dwarves end up eating in the temple dining hall. I may actually just nuke this dining hall and make it part of here so that more of the dwarves hang out in the tavern. And this becomes more of a purposeful place. I've got carp meat roast. Chat, we caught carps. Carp meat roast. The ingredients are minced raw squid, minced shad, minced mussel, and carp meat. I don't know how we got carp. Must have bought that. Betcha. I'll betcha. I saw a incredibly believable Lara Croft cosplay once, Tibe, that was made mostly out of cardboard. And genuinely, that might be one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Okay, that spooked them. That's what I wanted. Overcome with terror. Excellent. Scaring those silly sea otters away. You know, out of all of these creatures, I think the sea otters hating the rain might be the least believable of them. They're not agitated, though, so they'll just run away from us when they see us. Oh, shit. I finally found Lesser Kraken. I need to know. So Lesser Kraken actually died of old age, whereas the other one suffocated. That's interesting. Server Lord has been taken by a Fey mood. Super addicted to Star Sector. Gotcha. Single player fate. Yeah, I mean, I've streamed it. I quite like that game. And maybe is almost done now. You know, Star Sector is a weird game because like I've owned it for a really, really, really long time. And like I couldn't quite figure out why I'd owned it for so long when people started telling me I should play it a good couple years ago. And then I was like, wait, there's no way. You guys want to see how I discovered Star Sector? Somebody here is about to just get a massive boat of nostalgia and followed by spontaneous pile of sadness. Actually, probably more than one person. Also, I really hope this doesn't get my... Worst case scenario, I'll just cut it out of the VOD. Oops. This video is 14 years old, Chad.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Total Biscuit. I'm here to ask and answer one simple question. WTF is Starfarer?
Anyway, it was originally called Starfarer, and then they had to change the name of it from Starfarer to Star Sector because Starfarer is a board game. I'm actually kind of surprised there was only one person who said that they would bring in a person from Stardew Valley YouTube chat.
And is not doing a particularly good job of doing so by the looks.
Anyway, he does about as well as I do in the combat. Because this demo is literally just like combat.
Head over in this direction. They're not all
it's wild how similar the game still looks, though.
Looks of it. To do a huge amount.
But yeah, no, I bought this game about a year after this video came out.
Let's get him into weapons range. He's slightly out of range. He's been a bit evil. And sadly we missed with the antimatter as well. There we go, now you're in range. There you go, have some of that.
Anyway. I turned the volume up, but like I said, I don't want it to get content matched, so. Rest in peace, TB. You are in fact missed. Diving into modded content. I'm sure that's a deep, dark dank hole full of asteroids and nerds. No, I genuinely wish that the combat was more accessible. What I really need to do is I need to just find myself in a situation when I have too much free time. And, what order do you want things in? Plant cloth, got it. Tanned hides. Am I out of leather? I really need to just, like, sit down and figure out exactly what I would want from, like, Star Sector as a video game. If I were to just, like, mod the shit out of it. Kind of want a lot of leather. I realize that that's a hen skull, but that doesn't look anything like a hen skull. Oh shit, I was going to make craft dwarf shops and then I never did. Fuck. Oh boy. That's why there's shells stacking up. That's just called modding scenes. But what was it? I have no idea. I try to avoid scene drama for things that don't affect me, generally. Holy happy Dwarfamole. Look at all that. Some dwarves just love training. This is one of them. No, totally. Totally. I mean, that's what I did for the, like, 2 weeks that I streamed it for. Was mostly just kind of explored, like, the systems surrounding the combat itself. Not so much the combat, but I don't know. It certainly is a... I don't know. I do put that game kind of in the same brain hole as Dwarf Fortress to a degree. Very perplexed. Oh, they did slaughter them. Okay. Do I not have a... Okay, I do in fact have a tannery. There it is. Okay, on one hand, that's actually really funny, but that sucks. That's just the way you worded it. That's very funny. I think like the worst scene drama that I've ever encountered when it comes to modding communities. Well, I kind of just feel bad for Bethesda modders because they get all of the credit more or less from the community for saving the game or whatever. But at the same time, just like they all just have a collective panic attack every single time they update Skyrim or any of those games. So I kind of just feel bad for them. But I think the worst scene drama I've ever encountered when it comes to a game modding is probably Stalker. Which is less of a, like, my mod is better than your mod, so my mod destroys your mod kind of thing. Instead, it's a, like, we're going to take your mod, not tell you, and put it into our mod and not credit you. Oh, you would like to be credited? Okay, we'll credit you. Oh, you would like your mod removed because you don't like the fact that we didn't credit you and didn't ask? Get fucked. And that really sucks to me. Not a big fan of that. Also, developers of this game are incompetent, and we hate them, even though they open source their engine, and all this big project that we make only works because they open source their engine. But the developers of this game are incompetent and can't make a functional game, and no, we won't mod the new one, and no, we have no interest in even looking at the new one. And yes, we will review bomb the new one. It fucking sucks. Just sucks, man. My mom could beat up your dad? Sure. Fine. Since we're degrading ourselves to the childish insults, if you will. I don't know. My dad's pretty fit. My dad rides his bike to work. Your mom's mod could beat up your dad's mod? Is that where we're going with this? Well, my Nudify mod fucked your mod. But my mod adds better mods with blackjack and hookers. Actually, that probably would fit in quite well with Star Sector. Oh shit, it's dancing time. My mod has to go to therapy after this mod scene drama, Creed. Serverlord has created Madush Nokol, a pigtail skirt, and offers it to the Coast Guard of the North Guild. Congratulations, David Hasselhoff. You have a new uniform. I'm giving it to David Hasselhoff purely because that's funny. I really like the song. Chat, grab your favorite dancing emotes and plop them in the chat room. She's also got a bracelet and a giant gem that she's running around with. I forgot I assigned it to her. This is a long pigtail skirt. All Craftstar ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of pigtail. It is made from pigtail cloth, and the thread is pale taupe with a mixture of dimple and tea leaf dye. Whoa. It menaces with spikes of pigtail. The leather is saltpeter with pig bone. On the item is an image of Udib Whisper Mirror, with Udib Whisper Mirror, the dwarf, and dwarves in gold. Udib is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates the ascension of the dwarf to the position of Baron of the North Guilds in 124. On the item is an image of a cabinet. You could look up that dwarf Whisper Mirror in Legends if you like. On the item is an image of a cabinet in pig bone. On the item is an image of a winter melon vine in saltpeter. Hope you're doing well, Percuss. Wait, what is the big difference between male player character mods and the number of female ones? Modders that do strictly male character mods get bullied into quitting? That's a new one for me. Never heard that before. I've heard rumors and rumblings of certain game developers that refuse to add female character models to their game, but that's just like quiet sexism more than anything. Dog is fighting with a giant rat. Seems like my dwarves went and hunted a giant rat. Where's this rat? It is dead, I think. Oh, there it is. There's it was. How am I? I'm a little bit better than I was about a week ago. It was pretty crappy for a minute, but doing okay. Doing okay. Could always be better. Could certainly be worse. Oh, like, so the early days of Skyrim mods. I never fully understood. I like, okay. There's something about gameplay mods that I don't, I mean, I get. Okay, so I'm not going to pretend that I don't get it. I do. But there's something about a lot of mods and modding communities where there will be like 2 trillion mods that are just like make people beautiful or look like anime. It's often anime, but beautiful anime, more or less the same thing. However, especially when it comes to fantasy games, and often in the type of game where people tend to do that, I like mods that make people look uglier because it's more believable. You know, it's like, I think clean faces. I used to watch a bunch of Skyrim streams because there was a streamer that I watched it for a while that played a lot of Skyrim and always used clean faces. It's like they look like they just stepped out of a shower and had like a face mask on all night and like just came home from the spa. And to me, it's like, you know, I don't know that much about Elder Scrolls lore, but I'm going to speculate for a second here and say they probably don't shower all that much. You know? Probably not, right? Like I think that it's pretty fair to state that like most of those people probably not the most sanitary. Yeah, I never plan anything. I actually really hate that tool, Fulgur. I tried using it once. The reason I don't like it is because it makes me think that I have them. Because if I can place something, I assume it's been built already. So I really don't like that tool. But, you know, glad it works for you. But no, like especially games like Skyrim or things like Gothic or it's like I want people to look dirtier and grimier and uglier. Speaking of Skyrim, okay, so didn't mean to turn this into the Skyrim minute, but here we are. So Skyrim is on the Switch too. How many people are playing Skyrim on the Switch too, do you think? Like, it can't be that many people, right? And Marty meets his mom, but Biff paid her for plastic surgery. Yes! Holy shit! Yes, just like that. My thought precisely. Mom, you look bigger. Yes. Correct. I should rewatch those movies. It's been a long time. I kind of missed them. Why don't I just leave these open? And then just set them to walk this way. I think I actually will put some vertical bars right here. Throw in a brass bar. Not gonna use those for anything. But, like, not only that, like, a diehard Skyrim fan who's a diehard fan of vanilla Skyrim. Like, it has to just be cheap for them to port it, right? It must just be cheap for them to port it. Otherwise, like, you know, there'd be no reason for them to do it. Like, it has to have made the labor back, I'd presume. I don't know. I guess, like, chat, do you want to switch to? And if yes, have you played Skyrim on it? And if so, why? That's all I really got. I'm kind of expecting nobody to actually have purchased Skyrim on the Switch too. in this stream, but, you know, there is a possibility. And if you're out there, I'd like to know. Also, have you bought a Switch too? If so, what are you playing on it? Because, like, I've been wondering a lot about the Switch recently. It's using NVIDIA hardware. So did the Switch 1. And, like, NVIDIA's making a lot of very big bets, should we say, on some questionable things. And, like, are they still going to be making chips when Nintendo's ready to make a Switch 3? Like, you know, for normal people and consumer devices. You know, I feel like transitioning from one console to the other for Pokemon is like the wrong terminology. It's evolving, okay? It's evolving from one console to the next. That's the wording I would use. If you're into platformers. Donkey Kong Bonanza to me just kind of looks like Incredible Hulk Mass Destruction. I wonder if our caged dwarf here. Oh man, they're only giving him water. I was kind of really hoping that they would give him alcohol. I'm gonna dig through this. Give him a space back here. Because I kind of feel bad. Pokemon died when they made Game Freak move to 3D, and they showed us they perfected TV and said no more. I don't know. I'm not a Pokemon person at all, but has anybody here looked at that new game that Game Freak is making? It's like kind of weird that they're making like a kind of Souls-like-y looking thing. Just like, you know, as like a side hustle. It's also kind of wild to me that like Nintendo's letting them do that. Full of shovelware? What is Steam? Although, yeah, I guess Steam does have sales, but that's just, I think, every storefront ever since self-publishing became the primary model. I mean, it's gotten worse, for sure. Over time, but it's like I think a frog and boiling situation kind of water. Frog and boiling water kind of situation. Kind of gave up with Nintendo games, TBH? Yeah, that's fair. I'm just going to put this here and put drink there. And I'm going to put this here and put food there. You're going to take from here. You, oopsies, are going to take from here. I'm going to put a display in here. And I'm going to put a goblet on that. And I'm going to see if I can get my poor suffering were creature into there a little bit. Although, What? Kazul's been missing for a week? Excuse me? What? Do you know what happened, chat? Kazul was diddly-doddling, waddling all the way out here. And this tree decided to grow. And blocked his way in. I shit you not. Well, Dwarf gonna fortress, I suppose. Messed with the tree and get the twigs. Is this new to Steam, Dwarf Fortress? Released in December 2022. So, in the Dwarf Fortress scheme of things, quite recent. The grand scheme of things, ancient fucking history. The elves are attacking? I think that's just nature. You know how nature will reclaim everything we take from it eventually? I want to say that dwarf had a family too. And also, I'm going to make some gold bins. I'm also going to just do this and put some trading right there. Actually, just jump up here and get rid of this trading depot. And I'm also going to scroll down through here and forbid these few jobs, because we're trying to catch up again. I think you've smelted enough gold at this point. All right, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to deconstruct you. Actually,
how goes the draining?
I'm going to also put in a series of blocks right there. How goes the draining? Well, we mostly drained it, and now I've de-drained it. I've undrained it. And since I undrained it, I am now slowly, quite slowly actually, working towards making it more complete and usable. It's going to take a while. Maybe a pick as well. Nah, don't need to give you a pick actually. Here's hoping this doesn't scare the ever-living shit out of the dwarves once per month. You forgot about the catching sea monsters. Yeah, it's a very slow process. Thank you very much for the 6 months in advance, by the way, and for the first notification of money in 1 hour. I appreciate it. We were quite a ways off of the daily minimum on the day, so appreciate you, mate. Chat, can I get a round of beers from Monty Core helping keep the channel funded? 6 months in advance at a time. Means a lot, dude. And also, let's just put, like, a gem on this. Something like this, maybe. I feel like you put two things too close together, Volpine. But you were close. Currently, the only sea monsters in the fort at the minute are rather unremarkable. They are just some otters. I may actually boot them off the map by exterminating them to make something more interesting arrive. Because otherwise, it's unlikely that anything more interesting will arrive, but... So, oh shit. Never mind. Don't do that. I forgot a thing. That's quite important. I'm gonna go to here, and I'm going to go place a lever. They're all dancing, socializing. I wonder how your speech skills are doing. Very novice at it. Corey's going to be changed from a tavern keeper. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'll just keep you, Corey the Fancy Pants, as a tavern keeper and not move you to an entertainer, which was kind of my idea, but seems to be doing quite a good job at it. You're telling a story. What story are you telling? Because it's something you're very happy about. The Earthen Order formed in Tome Talon. Talking about the formation of different dwarven governments. Brief history. They overinflate and burst. I wouldn't say that's metal. Accidental suicide is very not metal. I think self-preservation would be metal. Boy. But it is kind of funny. If that's true. The dwarf in the cage, he's a were creature. So once a month he turns into a murderous death monster that dreams of biting everybody and infecting the fort with an incurable murder disease. That's the story with him in the cage. So I'm trying to get him over here so that I can, you know, allow him to eat and drink and at least have some semblance of existence. I think that the dwarf who's linking that just has to run all the way into the basement and back. That's my current suspicion. It seems like my suspicion was correct. Did they ever find the dead dwarf? I guess they did. Okay. I'm just gonna get this done. And then pull it. Let him out. So pulling this lever will release him. And now you can have access to this. You can go over here and place that. And I don't know. place a lever there or something? No, just gonna socialize. Feels free. And I'm just gonna place a little stockpile right here. It's just gonna be a literally whatever stockpile. Now at the very least he can perform. And he's now a performer. And I'm going to go to, I think it's this jeweler shop? Nope, it's this jeweler shop, yes. I'm gonna remove him from the jeweler shop. And over here, I will give him a tiny little area that is a connected section to that temple that we have elsewhere on the map. Now at least his existence will be less horrible. What the heck is Cyberstan? What game are you gonna go play? Regardless, you have a good time. We'll see you later. Red Fogel, hello. It's good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well, mate. As always, you know, if you want to look this dwarf up, this dwarf's last name is unfortunate, but it is Sack Swallowed. And so now if you, it's talking about locations that have been forged, explaining history of the faction. So now, if you visit this tavern, you can witness our monstrous performer standing there naked and telling stories through the cracks in the walls. That's a horrible name. Yep. Mm-hmm. I think the spurting pregnancy was one of the worst ones I've ever seen. Did you not? Oh my god, you didn't. He didn't grab a mug, so he's annoyed after drinking without a goblet, cup, or mug. Okay, what if I, like, remove your access to the tavern? Okay, now you can go. Yay, he has pants! Well done there, dwarf. There you go. Okay, so now I can give you access to this again. Although, I realize I didn't give him a pair of shoes, I only gave him one shoe. Whoops. Oh well, it's fine. At least, like, he has pants now. It's something. It's something. I mean, it's grim, but what can you do, right? Dwarf Fortress is a brutal mistress sometimes. I'm all right at the minute. I've been better, been worse. We're testing out a Discord alternative, Red Fogel. It's quite neat, actually, in my opinion. It's called Fluxer. It's basically just Discord, but like open source and a slightly more sane privacy policy, which is pretty important to me these days. Okay, let's get that dwarf buried. Kizzle doesn't have a coffin sign, though. What? Forgotten Beast, Githyu, Itvid, Ivid, Itvid. Itvid. It was a failed competitor of YouTube at one point. No, it wasn't. I made that up. Has come. An enormous eyeless skunk. So you've made it out of my chat and into the fortress. It has a pair of fan-like antennae. It squirms and fidgets. Beware, it's fire. Good, good, Red Fogel. Well... it has access to the fortress, chat. That's the bad news. Concerning? No. It is pretty hot, though. Eyeless skunk. Yes, the fort is called Squidward. So, I kinda committed to the bit. I'm very fucking scared, chat. I'm gonna do two things. I'm gonna make a new burrow. Oopsies, not that burrow. I'm gonna make a new burrow. It's gonna literally just be here. I'm just gonna assign everybody to it. I'm gonna pause all these. And I'm gonna tell the squads to actually go right there. And I'm gonna follow this beast. This is gonna be fucking gnarly. If it gets in. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this squad and I'm going to go to ammo. I'm going to delete all the ammo. Add ammunition, bolts, material, metal. I'm going to confirm. Seems like most of them already have the ammo that they needed. So there is one good piece of news here. It doesn't seem to be able to get in at the moment, and I do have a locked door. Do we risk it? What do you think, chat? Do we try and play it safe? That... Literally not possible, Survivor 1. All Forgotten Beasts are one-of-a-kind unique creatures that have no capability of breeding. Unless you're trying to just say, fuck it. In which case, I guess. Okay, so I'm gonna leave this turned off. And just set a dirt road. Can I not make a dirt road down? I guess I can. Okay. Where is my one woodcutter? There you are. Let's follow the beast, who's disappeared. Forgotten beasts can't burn, so I couldn't do anything with an elaborate magma trap. It's a bit moot. Where the heck is Kazul's body? Oh, there it is. Draw stars for who has to sleep with the fire-breathing skunk monster? I mean, if you want to burn to death, just say so. I can make that happen. No mold. Alright, so the beast doesn't seem to be able to ford the walls. It's not super smart in that way. So, I'm going to build this big open flat area. Hack down some trees. Station the military back, like, on this. And ideally, they will be able to win this fight. Steam doesn't damage dwarves in Dwarf Fortress. It did at one point, but that was too difficult to manage, so Steam doesn't do anything. I have to stab it to death with sharp rocks, or sharp sticks, or I could, you know, trap it, or I could drop a big rock on its head. That is very ineffective, but we could try. No mold. All right, chat room. Just as a reminder, this is a crowd-funded channel. I make a living because people help keep the channel funded. We are currently 76 US dollars away from hitting the daily minimum, which means if I stream for 8 hours, I will make minimum wage for where I live. Which means we're slightly over halfway. Not by much. If you like what I do and you want to keep this channel sponsor-free, or as sponsor-free as possible, consider using a Prime subscription if you have one available. Clam Fandango, thank you very much for that Tier 1 subscription. An ad break is about to pop. When the ad break hits, I am going to pause the game, and I am going to go and grab me a lentil salad, because I'm quite hungry, and my tummy is grumbling. I've skipped lunch the last few streams because I just haven't been hungry, but I am quite hungry right now for some reason. So I'm going to wait for those ads to start, and when they start, I will pause and go grab my lunch, and then we'll keep going. If we hit that daily minimum, I'll probably go longer than 8 hours. Otherwise, we'll probably wind down around the 8-hour mark. Probably shortly after. One of your marks dwarves are making an artifact, and man, they sure aren't trained in armor. Poor dwarf. Are making an artifact? Well, I mean, well, like if it's an armor artifact, they'll be trained in armor by the time it's done. Unless they're just possessed, in which case then they won't be. One in 10 seems too common. Forgotten Beasts, I feel like Forgotten Beasts should just be like murder machines. But I would be cool with non-hostile other kinds of entities. As an example, like, you know, I was talking about this earlier, but like, I'm just going to throw a huge wood stockpile up here. Like, as an example, such things like giants and ettins, or like neutral, or like like shaky alliances type things. That I'd be okay with. I'd be interested in that. But for Forgotten Beasts, those should just be murder monsters, because those are like Dwarf Fortress's equivalent of, like, you know, Moria, right? I will be back in a sec, chat. Just gonna go grab that salad. All right. No, not bean salad. Lentil salad. What's so funny, though? Is there green in it? I mean, it's a salad, but it's not beans. I mean, there's cucumbers, zucchini, garlic, red lentils, and brown lentils, and homemade pickled beets. It's got salt, pepper, and
Nothing to
Excuse me.
see here. Just keeping this sub alive.
cheers, Flavobox. Appreciate you. Trying to remember what other spice I put into it. I put in chili flakes, not a lot. Dried garlic because it has a very different flavor to it. There's homemade pickled beets, which I made last September. Clem Fondongo. Thank you very much for that 5-pack. Appreciate you, mate. I've got 2 different formats of garlic. I've got roasted and dried. I want to say that's it. I may have also chucked curry powder in. I actually can't remember. I made this last week. Back at you, Clem. Thanks for the 8 months with Prime, Red Focal. Appreciate the Bezos bucks. Those actually genuinely go a long way. Let's just dig through this. Actually, let's just dig out that. See if I can set this up as a place where I could fight this beast quickly. Let's see. Correct. I mean, lentil is what I would describe it as, because legumes implies multiple types of legumes. It's just literally 2 kinds of lentils. I have a question. What's the point of the freeze-dried garlic? Isn't that just kind of garlic powder? I do like garlic quite a bit. I do think there's people in the world who like garlic more than I do. Like, genuinely. Has the same flavor as flavor profile as fresh when reconstituted in a soup. So wait. Okay, then. Same question. Different context. How is that different from fresh garlic, then? Okay, so I'm going to make a infinite stockpile for wood. It's going to load from there. This stockpile that I'm not really making, we're going to add all of the log types to it. And I'm going to get rid of these. Roasted garlic on toast is great. Roasted garlic on toast with a little bit of vinegar and like an egg or some avocado or both. A+. The elves are like 40 days away, you know, so it's actually kind of fine. I should make some garlic bread. No, it just implies that I need somewhere to put all of the wood that I've been importing. And this allows me to put it somewhere. I mean, I've also been hacking some of it down, but most of it, honestly, has been imported. I think it's really funny that were creatures, when they become were creatures, they drop their clothing and then immediately insist on attending a meeting. I find this really amusing. So we gotta get rid of this wood. We gotta get all of this stuff built, and I've gotta remove, well, maybe not remove, but like dig a chunk underneath all this so that it's not possible for the creature to walk up it. With the exception of back here. This will be where it's going to be informed that it should enter. Then I can park the military here. Mark's dwarves can get as many bolts out as possible. And hopefully they don't get turned into, you know, Roman candles. I'm quite happy with the result of the hosting of Legends Viewer. I think it's actually turned out quite nice. I think the result has been quite positive so far. Yeah, so we can leave that one there. That's fine. Yeah, I haven't even seen an elf in this world yet. I know that they're out there, but they just haven't come to the vicinity yet. Which has actually made the process of, like, maintaining peace with them quite easy, oddly enough. Paste, roast, charcoal, all the above? Probably. Most likely. You know what change that Dwarf Fortress has made that's really grown on me? Is the speed that dwarves dig. I actually really like it. It makes digging a much more dynamic activity instead of just like, you know, yeah, they dig. I'm not sure what you mean, but the repo's the place to work on it. I don't have the ability to fix bugs, so I would just be forwarding them anyways. Sending it to Rogue Phoenix, who manages the repo for Legends Viewer, is the person to go to. Well, excuse me, the hosted version that I'm running, because there's also the normal one, which isn't the one that I'm running. I'm using a fork of it, which is designed to be hosted on a server and remotely instead of run locally. And honestly, I do really hope that it gets, excuse me, that enough people gain interest in it that it'll get more contributors at some point, but I'm not a programmer and I don't have time to learn and I don't really have the interest in learning. So it's kind of a ways off for me at the moment. I think what I actually need is I need to go into here, and I need to smooth and fortify all this. I'll put the Marksdwarf squads back into here, and then allow the beast to run around this. Into here. Put the military at the top of this stairwell in case it gets through. And then just do our damnedest to fend it off. It's probably, honestly, all I can really do. But what bug in specific are you noticing? I've noticed some like formatting errors and stuff in Legends Viewer, but is there something specific that you're noticing? I'm actually just kind of curious. I've noticed like the sorting issues and stuff, but I think that's just in Legends Viewer in general. The kind of understanding that I have is that Legends Viewer proper hasn't actually been updated in a while either. And I'm not entirely sure if that's because the maintainer just doesn't want to do it anymore or if it's like a lack of free time or lack of bug reports thing, but kind of worries me a little bit. I would actually really like to see a world where Legends Viewer could make its way onto Steam. Oh, that's not good. All right, good to know. One of the reasons I usually try to just eat a sandwich really quickly and not eat this kind of food on stream is because I really don't want to just sit here and make chewing noises at you guys because I feel like I'm being a dick. So I'm trying my best. Holler at me if I need to mute my microphone, yeah? Because it's not a quick thing to just scarf down, but I currently don't have any bread that I feel like turning into a sandwich, so. That's what we're talking about, Survivor 1. But it hasn't been updated in quite a while. And has had some issues for quite some time. And I'm using a fork of it. Yeah, I don't think that's really a viable option, though. Dag it. Basically, if you can hear me chewing, tell me, is what I'm saying. And I'll be quieter or mute myself while I'm chewing. Weird bug. Good to know. No, yes, that is what I'm running. So, if you go to legends.blindirl.net or type in !legends with an S, Survivor 1, in my Twitch chat, you can see a remote hosted history of this world that I'm currently playing. So that is what I'm using. I'm using Legends Viewer next. However, like I said, it isn't perfect, and it has had issues for a while. And there's really only one maintainer, and they haven't been super active about maintaining it or updating it. So I'm a little worried, I guess is what I'd say. Like, it was ported to the Steam version and basically never touched. No, you don't. No mold. All right, you've made me self-conscious, so I'm just gonna go finish this in the kitchen real quick, and I'll be back. Thanks, No Mold. I'll be back. Y'all are fucking disgusting. That's all I have to say. That sounds like something that somebody would do. Black wins. I mean, I could just end stream for the day, Survivor 1, if that's what you'd like. Did I really read something that Daggett said as what Nomald said? Did I really do that? No, you said we want all the sounds. That was what made me get up and leave. So no, you absolutely did. disagree. What? Suited? What are you talking about? For pad what now? Well, there's certain things in certain discussions, Survivor 1, where I'm like, I don't want to interact with people if they're going to talk or act in that way. And that's kind of how I feel right now. Because, believe it or not, I'm trying to be courteous and not do something that I think is really gross that makes me turn off streams when I'm watching them. And chat just going on and being very, you know, all in on something that they think is funny. I don't think it's funny in the slightest. And if it continues, I am just going to end the stream and go do something else. And it's not a matter of do I want to stop. No, I need to pay bills, man. So no, I don't want to stop. But I will, because I genuinely find that disgusting. Ah, I see. I figured you got spell corrected somewhere. Spell checked somewhere. I mean, I'm not speaking for you, Survivor 1. I'm not speaking for No Mold. I'm just kind of speaking in general. Like, it's a... If I say something like that, it's genuinely because, like, this is gross. You don't need to apologize for clarity here. Just, like... Yeah, I don't know. Oh, not really. Chat's just memeing and being gross. That's all. Dio. What did everyone else have for lunch today? I had a smoothie for breakfast. It's pretty good. It had a banana and peanut butter in it, so it was an A+ smoothie. Although I wonder if my neighbors hate me yet, because, like, I've been making a smoothie every morning. I'm starting to wonder, like, wonder what time they leave for work. And, like, I do try to keep my blender as not loud as possible, but I usually run it at, like, 8:30 in the morning, which I think is reasonable. It's not like I'm running at 6 a.m. Well, we are very, 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 very slowly constructing scaffolding all the way around the perimeter of the ocean so that I can eventually drain it. But right now, it's, gonna fight a fire-breathing forgotten beast project. Was a sound alert for a cave-in? There was a sound alert? Didn't even hear it. Nope. Can't have been from my game. I don't know what I'm gonna do for dinner, though. I've just been kind of eating this, like, potato squash soup I made last week, which I've just been slowly picking away at. So I might eat that again tonight. But I had it last night and the night before, so I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, that's not good. Hopefully it was a fun reason to get hungover and not a not fun reason to get hungover. "8:30 a.m. is totally reasonable to start making noise." I specifically put my blender on a rubber mat and in an area of my kitchen that is directly above the neighbors below me's kitchen. So hopefully that's reasonable. I don't know. I feel like I've been an awful neighbor as of late because since I broke my foot, because you know how it gets kind of annoying when you just have somebody like clunking around on your head when you live in an apartment? Well, it's kind of hard to not do that when you have an air cast on your foot. Like, it's literally like walking around in, like, a hiking boot. That's, like, more unwieldy somehow. All the time. Okay, we're almost ready to invite in this monster. Yeah, pho is great for a hangover because it helps you forget about your mistakes from the day before. I broke my foot, certainly. But if I had to listen to me clunking around above me all day and didn't know that I'd broke my foot, well, didn't know the clunking was caused by somebody who broke their foot, I'd be quite annoyed. Yeah, well, I mean, it happened on Boxing Day and it took me a week and a half to realize that it was broken. Which probably did some damage. I've had 2 x-rays since then, and I've had a air splint on my foot since like the first week of January. And I was supposed to go to a series of concerts, and the first one's happening today and starts in an hour and a half, actually. So I'm not even supposed to be here today. Not even a meme, like actually just a fact. I'm not even supposed to be here today. But I sold my tickets because my doctor basically was like, yeah, you need like another couple weeks and you don't want to fuck it up. Otherwise, like, you will need to re-break your foot, basically. So, yeah, I don't know. Been better. That's kind of all I really got at the minute. About the bike rack, and then immediately said I really like it, and otherwise I want to get another one. What, foot or the bike rack? No, chat told me that I had to kill the bike rack. It's like, well, it's time to execute the bike rack. Then I was like, no, I like that bike rack. It's a nice bike rack. I've just moved the angle that it's at so that it is significantly harder to knock the bike off the bike rack. And if I do knock it off the bike rack now, it'll hit a wire shelf instead of me. So, you know, it's like significantly less dangerous than it was. Although not that it was dangerous. It's like I kind of had it moved at that point. So it wasn't even where it had been up in, like, recently. I moved it there. So, you know, I fucked up, but we all have our moments. All right. Is Michael Bay going to join the battle? Probably not. Because he likes explosions. I don't think he likes burning. I mean, he killed, what, Netton earlier? Yeah. Cyclops, not Netton. So he's gotten some action, but no. Okay. You probably look like somebody's cousin, too. Survivor 1. So a snort in YouTube chat says making noise after 10 is perfectly acceptable. I just would like to say that this seems like the sort of thing that a snort would say. Because what is snort if not a noise? I think he might be biased in the fact on the side of big noise. How much is big noise paying you to say that? The Forgotten Beast Peware has come. A towering three-eyed mite. It has a fat, bulging trunk and it squirms and fidgets. Its fuchsia exoskeleton is wrinkled. Beware, it's poison gas. Oh shit. Well, this one I do have to fight with. Oh shit. We got a cougar eel. Look at that little guy. Ain't that exciting? Okay, so I missed the first thing that you said there, mental breakdance, and I was really concerned for a moment there because I was reading what you were saying in reverse. I read, I'm grieving, Aunt Emily is dead, Cousin Wesley. Okay, phew, never mind. I figure out what you're talking about now. You had me genuinely concerned for a second. I was like, man, I got some bad news yesterday. I don't need more. Look at this cutie pie. I'm just waiting for the ads to end here. A mental breakdance, if you will. No, actually, I just need to read what you were saying in order. That doesn't require any gymnastics. It just requires comprehension and the reading capability. It's wonderful to be courteous neighbors, but working third shift taught me that you're going to mess with someone's sleep somewhere. Yeah, no, I get you. Dial. I don't know. I mean, I wake up at 7:30 in the morning, and I work until, like, well, I stream until somewhere between 5 and, like, 9 p.m., I guess. And I'm generally pretty quiet. I don't know. I like to think that it's not going to be tough. Let's see. Can they see that creature? Doesn't look like it. What are you doing up here, technically? I've seen these dwarves, or, like, critters go berserk before and, like, just stay... Wait, what? Why are you all injured? Killed 2 naked moledogs and 2 troglodytes. Dust ghosts. What a good last name, though. Sorry about that. It's giving my dwarves time to get into position, so that's good. French toast Butterfingers? Wait, you mean like the candy? They make French toast ones? Okay, now I just want... Okay, so if I lived in a universe where I had a functional pancreas, I would now want to live in a world where I took some time out of my day and made French toast and crushed up Butterfingers and, like, dipped it or, like, maybe placed it in Butterfingers before cooking it or, like, frying it. I don't know what the ads are. Also, the ads are regional. So they're not my ads, they're Twitch's ads. I would turn them off if I could. The problem is the option is either disable them entirely, and then people get pre-rolls, which are really, really bad for raids, or schedule them, which is better in almost every aspect for retention and people sticking around and watching. So I generally do that, but it is true that it is kind of annoying, and there's not much I can really do about it. Can't even imagine a French toast Butterfinger. I feel like it would probably be like a slightly more buttery Butterfinger with like maybe a slight maple syrup taste to it. Although I guess that would be more like just a pancake Butterfinger. Okay, now I want to put Butterfingers in pancakes, actually. French toast is eggy bread. At least that's what my grandma used to tell me it was called. It's when you take a slice of bread and you, like, dip it in egg and then pan fry it. You've probably heard of this breakfast foodstuffs before. Even if you haven't heard, like, what idiots on this half of the planet call it. Maybe you are. I'm dipping it in egg. Not fan too eggy for you. I know it's something I never make at home, but I will eat it at a breakfast place if they know how to make it well. All right, let's just do that. And let this monstrous twit fight me. If it wishes. Also, oiled cells is a funny name for a dwarf. I guess this dwarf is a snake oil salesman. Looking for Big Beastie. Or not. Shh. I'm hunting monsters. Oop, there it is. There it be. Beware! Dust ghosts. Once again, this is poison gas, towering eyelid, three-eyed mite. Why did I read that as eyeless mite? Ethel might be the bravest of the dwarves because Ethel takes it on first. Probably begins stabbing it if I were to bet. Spearmaster stabs the forgotten beast in the third foot with an iron spear, which tears the muscle. Bolts start flying. Good opportunity for them to train, considering they're going to have to solo one later. And honestly, I think that was quite impressive because Ethel screamed, "Let me solo her." And, what is the best way to go about sealing this area? I think what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go up to here. Grab this. And that. And permit that as part of the burrow. And allow them to go outside of areas to go grab things, because I would like that to get tackled. And actually, why don't I just do it this way? This is probably easier. Let's just go throw a butcher shop down here. Let's see if I can butcher it. Did the skunk... No, the skunk is still on the lower level. But it's not very smart. It's like... I don't know if this is a real thing or if this is just, like, apocryphal, but, like, supposedly turkeys are really dumb, and if they can see through a fence, they won't fly over it. But if they can't see over it, they'll fly over it. Like, if they can't see through it or over it, they'll fly over it. So if you just have, like, a fence that's, like, taller than a turkey's head, they'll just keep walking in circles forever. I don't know if that's true, but for the sake of this discussion, I will say it's true. Anyway, we have a one-tile high wall around the base of that cavern layer, and so it can't seem to figure out how to get into the fort. There we go. Someone's going to go butcher it. So although skunks do have really shit line of sight in real life. So there is that. Why did they just stop there for a sec? That's weird. Daggett appears to be the one coming to butcher it. Is there a skunk? There's a forgotten beast that's a skunk, yes. And I'm trying to kill it. It also breathes fire. Imagine what that smoke smells like. Ugh. Grim. Also, just as a reminder to those of you who want to relive the days of tile sets in Dwarf Fortress. There's a tile set on Steam now, which is also on DFFD, Dwarf Fortress File Depot, as well as what's it called? It's also on DFFD and has a prepackaged free version that comes with the graphics pack. And it's this. It's Hewn. It's currently the most popular thing on the workshop, which is fun. But I'd call it like a mix of Vetelinger and Caves of Cud. I think the world map looks awesome for it. Truly awesome. But it's a very simplistic tile set with not super detailed icons. But if you're looking for something a little bit more classic DFE in the vibe, that might be something to look at. Although I think it doesn't have a tile set for adventure mode at the minute, or like it's incomplete for adventure mode, but just something worth noting. Yeah, just something worth noting. And I'm going to see if I can fight that. Forgotten Beast in a moment. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go see. Yeah, this seems fine. I'm going to send my Marks Dwarves down here. They should go a little further down. Okay, Dwarf, that's not very smart. Actually, why don't I let them just go get drinks and then come back? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to double check this. Yep, Burrow's still on. I'm going to unlock this door. Oh! Lag. Oh my god. I did that and I immediately lost 15 frames a second. This is the skunk. As you can see, it breathes fire. All of that is burned. All right. Wish us luck, chat. I need a big round of beers for good luck. Friends, foes, and I don't know, the rest of those. Okay. It's got hit by a bunch of bolts already. One silver bolt actually hit it in the head, which tore the muscle. Beast is going to come around the corner. And then our Marksdorf just starts shooting as best you can. And it runs off, as is expected. I'm actually curious. I am amazed that the sun isn't wrecking my green screen right now. Let's let it back up. Holy naked Moldogs. Oh, my monster. Did not look like what? Let's let it back out. Probably run through here. Sadualek, the mayor, has been reelected. This dwarf just doing like a little dancey-do. It's good fun stuff. Where are you going? But with catapults? I really like catapults, but I like them for crowds of creatures, not like singular targets. Let's just open this. Yep, here comes a Crundle. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Just burned something. Fired a ball of fire at something. There we go. Now they're shooting. Lots of misses, though. If you want to see this in ASCII, for anybody who's curious, you can see the beast right here, the capital S, and the little dwarves firing their little bolts as the Crundle comes around the corner and immediately scampers off. The fearful critter. Not that I blame it, of course. I'd be in a very similar position if I was the dwarves here, or if I was this creature. Just very scared to accidentally let the dwarves out. I'm just gonna let the dwarves move up to here, though. Did that Crundle just... The Crundle just jumped the edge and climbed in. Not a fan of that. Well, training opportunity, I suppose. Dwarves can just shoot at the Crundles instead. Well, I mean, it's toast. I don't know about that. I will say that the Crundles certainly are. I don't know about the beast, though. I think it's actually pretty fireproof. Crunchable Crundles. The most terrifying Dwarf Fortress mod. You had a king who wanted to catapult parts constantly, so they were plentiful? Oh, that's fair, yeah. I mean, if you just... At the very least, like, catapult parts is, like, an easy and, like, good thing to make now. It used to be something that people got super annoyed with because they used to be quite literally useless. In my humble opinion. I should have put the entry over here. Oh, well, you live and learn. Okay, so he's going to go leave now. Now I'm going to go over here and open this. One of my dwarves is taking a nap. Dwarves getting some more shots off. Monster went up here and, you know, is doing his best. I feel like they should be able to hit from over there. Here you come with more ammunition while this dwarf is panicking, trying to figure out how to go get more ammunition. Very ineffectively. Oh, they figured it out. That's good. What do you have? No bolts. Are we out of bolts? Great. Chat, bad news. We're out of bolts. Well, balls. Well, I am, not sure where to go from here. I think probably just make some more bolts and try again. Like, just let them out for the minute. And hope this thing doesn't figure out how to climb. Or fly in the meantime. Gimper. What time? I said there might be. I didn't say there will be. How do you know that you'll be historically important? Just because you're named, you're not historically important. You might be very historically insignificant. The actions speak louder than names. I wanted that to sound philosophical, but instead it just sounded kind of dumb. Beard or no beard? What's up, Nix? Thanks for gifting a sub. Appreciate you. I haven't seen you in, like, how long has it been, Gimper? Oh, you posted one beer in 2025, which means it has been, like, at least 5 years. It's been a while. Beard, please. I don't know. Looking for a dwarf that's not named who has a beard and isn't super pissed. just gonna search by happy. You are reckless. Gimper does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs, is not a private person, freely shares details of his life. He finds such open expression offensive. He doesn't often focus on material goods. He is brave in the face of imminent danger, and is quite ambitious. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He enjoys the company of others and doesn't handle stress well, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He could be considered rude, though he finds the rules of etiquette to be valuable in the abstract. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding and isn't particularly curious about the world. He dreams, he tries to keep his things orderly, and when greeting others, he always smiles nervously. He sticks out his tongue when he's thinking hard, and he inhales sharply when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized, and personally sees tranquility as one of the highest ideals, hates those that wield power over others, thinks it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face and never grouse or complain or even show emotion. Where was I? Wow. Fucking gnat just flew into my eye. Wow. Okay. That was not on my optimal list of things to happen today. Today is now suboptimal, and, And I am upset. Anyways, where was I? He believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, except for that gnat. He can get fucked. Doesn't really value merrymaking and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. He likes talc as well as aluminum and blue jade, as well as giant desert tortoise shell. The color bronze. Sorry, I'm seeing spots now. Gems, earrings, and the words of the page of crystal, and the sight of the aquamarine of roughness, and when possible prefers to consume parsnip wine, persimmons, and absolutely hates blood gnats. You're married to Charlie. Squilliam is your older half-brother. You got a niece in the fort. Holy shit, you have a big family. My god. You could look yourself up. Swordfly is your last name. You could find yourself in Legends. Aren't supposed to mix? Sure, but here's the thing, is I am a human who raises houseplants, no mold, and gnats are really dumb. And they need liquid and salt. Eyes are those. And, yeah. Anyways, you've got a really large family. That's all I really got. A lot of cousins. I'd say that most of this fortress is probably like 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, but with 6 degrees of Gimper. Okay, let's check bolts. Nope, no bolts. Did I not queue up iron bolts? I did not. Iron bolts! Yep, we're just out of bolts. Well, let's hope that that monster can't escape from my basement. And let's go down to here. And just go burrow. Do that. Let's make sure that this is all in the burrow. It is. So you should be good. I mean, I do have tons of iron, so... We'll just queue those up, get those rolling. You don't raise your houseplants anymore. They already touched the ceiling. Have you contemplated removing your floor? Or your ceiling? Or maybe the smarter, more logical response, which would be, have you thought about trimming your houseplants? This dwarf is kind of wild. He's resentful, dwelling upon experiencing trauma and mulling over this changed his personal tendencies. What? After experiencing trauma, he values peace over war. Oh, that's valid. And here I thought that was going to be like, there was going to be a meme in there somewhere, but no. It's like legit, like that's just, that makes sense. Had a traumatic experience and is like, fuck this war bullshit. You're not hurting them. It actually... Okay, well. I give up already. I don't have much desire to argue in the current day. But I will just say that it doesn't hurt them. It just makes them grow more new and different. Okay, so I'm just gonna hang in there until these dwarves all have ammo. Only one more of them needs to go get ammo. Where's the beastie? Beast is up there. You right here, go there. There's rotten Crundle over there. They do, in fact, have pretty rotten personalities, so that seems about accurate. I should have dug this further, but oh well, I didn't. Glass half empty is lining up. Who is content after having a soapy bath. I'm pretty sure it's the amount of XP, yeah. If it's the number I'm assuming you're referring to, it's the amount of XP they have, like their total experience. Have we managed to crash the game? Nope. I mean, I've gone down to 2 frames a minute, but haven't crashed it yet. Actually, there's something I gotta do up here on this upper level. Right there. You need to be ceased. And you brought a book to work? More combustion. You know, honestly, more combustion, a copy, in fact, is actually maybe a very apt book to be given a real quick skim before you go fight a forgotten beast. What causes combustion? An ad break's coming in a minute, but we'll see if we can get some combat in. I'm just gonna go here and open up this. And the beast comes flying back. Dwarves fire bolts. It does have a, ooh, ow, ugh. It has a silver bolt stuck in its eyelid. That sounds painful. We've got Attis here, who's an adequate Marks Dwarf, who's luckily managing to land pretty consistent boltage in this beast's forehead, which is not great, but I'm sure it's doing something of value-ish. Could be worse. Down here, I'm going to open up this door and bait him over this way. There you are. Hello, Kame Guru. We're trying to pick off this beast slow. I think I should have actually built the tower over here, shouldn't I? Oh well. Next one, probably. Okay, now we're in the ad break. We'll pause. Kame Guru, assuming you didn't get stuck in an ad. Is Beast blind? Are you calling me a monster? I'm not offended. I'm just kind of offended. You're quite focused. You're a skilled mark, Dwarf, and you are helping fire bolts into this monster's forehead. Search for a name on the legends. Here, I'll show you. You go to society, historical figures, and you type in, like, Kamiguru thing. Or you have to look up their last name. Or you could go to, where is it? Not geography. Infrastructure, sites, and type in squid. And the most recent updates we have is in the year 204. Shit.
Nick Sumia cheered.
We
X
might
5000.
actually meet the daily minimum. You know, so some things have changed ever since Twitch added the, like, what's it called? The Plus program, where you can earn higher revenue rates from having more concurrent subs. And I've always been in the highest tier, more or less since it launched. So I get 70%. And ever since that came in, people have like almost entirely stopped using bits. So that is actually like a quarter of the total number of bits I got last month. Maybe even more. I think it was like 180 bucks, like total. I think I made off of bits. I think I made more off of Prime subs last month. But what's Nyx's character's last name? That's a good question. Nyx's last name is Shockbridged. Be careful. She has two lovers. I mean, a husband and a lover. Are they friends yet? I'm kind of hoping that her husband and lover become friends. But, you know. Also, technically, you're sort of related. Because Nyx's aunt is your wife's... Is your wife. So you're married to her aunt. There you go. Let's jump back down to this monster. This beast is a monster, feels like a monster, is going to hopefully go towards the exit. I'm real tempted to just tell these squads to just go barrel out there. Is Survivor One Dwarf running around? Are we all in there? Only if you've redeemed it. It's a redemption that's available every 25 minutes if you have, I think it's 500 channel points, which isn't much. Is there such a thing as good fire? Aside from that sounding like probably a hit indie band? Like Good Burger, but I know that's not an indie band. I imagine regular fire. I mean, it's fire what burns. Rush is straight fire, yeah. There is troglodytes coming through, and it's torching them. I wonder how many troglodytes it's killed. It is up to 11 kills. Fire bad in general, especially if you're dwarf. Dwarf, very flammable. But we do have a book about combustible materials, and the dwarves keep reading it, which I think is really funny. Because they brought it with them down here. I'm not actually sure what you... Oh, wait, are you talking about Legends? Yeah, it kind of, like, compresses itself in a little bit of a weird way. Especially on phones. Like, you can load it pretty well on a phone, but... Glass F empty, but, like, it kind of... It gets squished. Like, you need to, like, hit a little folding menu, which is kind of invisible. This thing does not really want to die. It's almost time to get ballsy, chat. Are you ready to get ballsy? I don't have the highest expectation that this is going to be successful in the slightest, but... we're going to do what we can. You're supposed to be shooting the Forgotten Beast, not the Crundle, but... Okay, so it's hiding right there. Here it comes. I'm going to send the squad over to there. Hullet Pack Nerd is fighting with the creature. Manages to strike it in the upper body with an iron shield, which in fact bruises the guts. The beast is winded and bleeding pretty heavily. And is being stabbed repeatedly because it seems that our dwarf was able to get directly on top of it. And after it getting severely softened up, Zuthan killed the beast. She stabs the Forgotten Beast in the head with an iron spear, which chips the skull and tears the brain. Well done. I thought you were on Team Skunk, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, and meanwhile, Maka Bay down here is just like murdering an army of Crundles, because, you know, boredom. Wasn't even supposed to be on, like, this end of the map. Dude, what? Do you have... What did the Crundles ever do to you? I guess, like, you know, the Crundles home megacorp, I must have, like, paid for a Super Bowl ad that had an explosion in it, and he's just never gonna forgive them. Oh, that is spicy. Glass half empty. Wait, really? Like, you were married to one of your current lovers? Wait, is this ex-wife who's your current lover in the fort? Meanwhile, Zuthan over here was taking a little sit. He's really just killing I don't know. He felt something, didn't he? Okay, he doesn't feel any... He felt vengeful, but yeah, he doesn't feel anything about them dying. I mean, would you? I mean, if you killed a Crundle, would you feel anything watching that Crundle die? I mean, he's too busy sipping on that nice green glass vial full of whip wine to really feel anything. One of your 3 ex-wives is your current wife? Wait, hold up. So you've divorced your current wife before, Gimper? Okay, so I have a question. Are you related to any priests? And if so, does the priest get a cut of the price of the wedding? And if so, are you also taking a cut? I'm just saying that these might be like mail order brides. Anyway, Nyx has been possessed. Clearly this is because of what Gimper's going through. This is what happens when, like, streamer has history with people in chat and he knows a little bit about them. Anyway.
Hmm.
I'd be more upset dropping your chicken sandwich and fries than slamming a grundle. Why did you do that? What happened? Did you trip or something? Nyx has claimed the... She's a legendary metal crafter already, and she's claimed the Metalsmith's Forge. I see. She's off to go forge the documents. It all makes sense now. You need bars of metal, leather skin, gem shining, bars metal, leather skin, gem shining. Not to be dumb, but like, what is that? That's full of metal. Oh, do you want steel? Be willing to bet you want steel, because you like steel. Just need to go get some flux. I've just been kind of too lazy to make steel in this fort, I'll be honest. So I don't really need it. And just kind of uses up my already kind of thin supply of coal. So we'll just do it this way. The Go block slipped out of your hand, and you were gonna warm it up in the air fryer. I'm not gonna lie, but 5-second rule applies, and it's okay. You can pause time as long as it's indoors. I would totally just fucking pick that up and heat it up in the air fryer. 100%, I would do that. But I don't have an air fryer, so. George is off to go make some steel bars. See, this just continues my theory. George, who's the lover of Nyx here, is off to go make some steel bars so that Nyx can complete her artifact. That's what you call true love. How goes the fishing? There was an eel in the ocean recently. There's still an eel in the ocean. There's a bunny rabbit. What? There's an eel in the ocean. We also had a sunfish, which was kind of neat. Best of luck, Tank. Best of luck. Fervorland says, I literally just started your first ocean fort. How deep is it, if I can ask? Is that first cavern layer at minus 89? The ocean goes all the way down to minus... Here, I'll stare at it. 40-something? So when you have an ocean that's that deep, you are essentially guaranteed to have really fucking deep caverns. Because the caverns are always deep on oceans anyway. And because this ocean is so fucking ridiculous, the depth is just like exaggerated to an absurd degree. Okay. Am I making blocks right now? Just dig out a bunch of this. I'll use it for something else in the future, probably just more storage. But let's just get more boulders up in here. It's late summer. Just gonna make a new trade depot right there. So we'll need that for trading. Big? Nah, but that was a win, so congrats. Done. All right. Where's that steel bar maker? Let's see if that's actually what she wanted. Otherwise, I don't know, she can keel over and die, which that would kind of suck. I like that Nyx, who's a legendary metal crafter, is the lover of George, who's a legendary furnace operator. Also, I like that George has 2 lovers. Stop Doors is his last name. But the other one is, like, nowhere to be found. One of his other lovers dead. Is that like Alphagetti, but wife-shaped? Gimper? Okay, now I'm a little bit confused. Oh, I see. That you actually haven't finished making it yet. So I was like, why have you made it and the dwarf didn't like run off? No, you were just grabbing one more iron to finish it. Nope. Okay, so second guess is you've already got the bars metal and it's the rose gold. So the second guess would be leather. Yeah, we're out of tanned hides. That'd do it. That'd do it. All right, gobblekins. Get turkeyed on. Actually, is anybody butchering that beast? Okay, somebody is tanning a hide. That's fine. Why the... Okay, that makes sense. Hold up. I just gotta throw away these dead troglodytes. You're tanning the hide. Oh, sweet. We're gonna get Forgotten Beast leather. I wonder how much leather that Forgotten Beast leather is gonna make. It's 283 weight. Probably 10. I think 10 might be the maximum. That is not what I said at all, Gimper. You said that you were gonna go feed your alpha-roni, or your wife-a-roni. So I assumed that would be like macaroni, but alphagetti. Anyways, the Forgotten Beast, Uxu Smaspest, has come. A towering blob. Okay, so it's like a triangular-shaped blob. Got it. It's like the green chicken nugget mascot guy. Composed of grime and filth. It's exactly like the chicken nugget guy. It has a narrow tail, and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly dust. Checks out for grime and filth. Monster needs a shower. It's also purple. Oh my god, that's perfect. Uxu the Grizzly. The Grizzly! Gristly. Gristly? You somewhat finished? How do you somewhat finish? It's Muck? Isn't Muck a Pokemon? Anyway, that cavern layer is inaccessible because it's literally just like water. So I didn't see much reason to worry about it. All right, Nyx has grabbed Forgotten Nerd Leather and grabs Bandfire Opals and starts making an artifact out of Rose Gold Bars, Forgotten Beast Leather, and Octagon Cut Bandfire Opals. Any bets on what she makes? She is a metal crafter. She's already legendary. A dwarf fort is what it is today. A ring. Ooh. Buckler, a chair. I'm kind of hoping for a door because a rose gold door would be pretty fucking sick. In fact, I think it would be so sick, we might actually need to give it like some vitamin C. Because dwarves have already had plenty of vitamin D. Man, I feel kind of bad for this dwarf. Okay, so here's the thing that I'm going to do. I'm going to make this into an office and assign it to my mayor. Hey, chat, when's the next full moon? I'm asking for a friend, mostly the mayor. I'm going to go here. I'm going to put you into a squad. I'm not going to kill the mayor. I'm just simply going to try and let that mayor have a meeting with the were creature. He's trying. That's funny. Actually, like, no, I will not go stand there. $13th limestone. Thank you. Okay, well, why are you in here? Because they're all storing items in stockpiles. It's very inconvenient. Oh, well. Mayor, congrats. You're in mayor jail for the minute. And now you get to do this. They go and have the meeting. Now the mayor goes over here and tries to tell him a story. He puts his sock and shoe back on. Singular. And then I'm going to get the mayor over here to go stand there. And then I'm going to lock this, and I'm going to unlock this. And I'm going to cancel that. And then I'm going to take the mayor office, which is currently overlapping, and get rid of that. And Nyx, the metal crafter, has created Kashakalution. Kashakalution. Limb Diesel. No, Limb Dazel. So, Kashakalution, Limb Dazel. That, definitely. A rose gold amulet. And offers it to the Coast Guard of the North Guild. Well, that's pretty slick. She doesn't even want it. It's crazy. Time to throw it in the ocean. Let's see where it is and how much it's worth. Maybe that will tempt a whale. This is a rose gold amulet. All crafts ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with rose gold and decorated with Forgotten Beast leather and encircled with bands of rose-cut bandfire opals. You want it? I mean, you already have a Nautilus shell crown. There you go. You're now a messenger so that you can wear it. Oh yeah, as a reminder to everybody, dwarves don't wear necklaces on their necks. They wear necklaces on their heads because necklaces were added before necks. It's a pretty artifact, if nothing else. All right, let's see how the surf. I'm seeing ravens. Uh-oh, we got an agitated falcon of the peregrine variety. Thankfully, it's a peregrine falcon and not a paladin falcon. If it was a paladin falcon, then that would be going around insisting that I obey the law, although I don't think we have one. I mean, or just like a funny way to wear a necklace. I wonder if it'll even come get us. It's a little bit too far to the edge of the map. Nixie! I feel like it's been a minute. I don't know why. Thank you very much for the 41st month. Welcome back. Checking a round of beers for the 41st month. Also, Butters Jr., by the way. Got into a fight with this Peregrine Falcon. And Butters Jr. wasn't able to kill it, and it didn't get killed by Butters Jr. But it was quite the battle, in fact. In fact, it looks like the nanny goat actually had to break the grip of it on its hoof a couple times, and missed a bunch. Mostly missed. Got bit a whole bunch. Did you even get a single hit in? I don't know, the game's saving, so I'll find out in a minute. But unfortunately, Butters Jr. has been chomped on a bit. Hopefully, Butters Jr. will survive. I don't think Butters Jr. is dead, so. Now the question is, agitated. I'm trying to figure out how to turn their name into a pun, and I give up. Peregrine Falcon needs to fly within 60 tiles of my marks dwarves, otherwise they can't hit it. Can't even see it. Oh my god, chat. If only you guys could see this gorgeous sunset. It's so nice having, like, the ability to look outside while working. I remember once complaining when I was in my old place that I never got, like, I never had natural light while working. And they were just like, the worst thing while working in an office is being able to, like, see a nice day and not being able to be outside in it. And I'm just like, it's so much nicer than being in a self-contained box. Hold on, I'm just gonna go open up the blinds because the sun's mostly down at this point, and I just want to a little bit more light. Although, I wonder how many people down on the street have spotted, like, an idiot with a green screen in his bedroom. You can't actually see the green screen from the street. I don't think it's going to fly over anytime soon. I'm not super positive about that prospect, to be honest. I am going to queue up gold weapon rack, gold armor stand. I'm just going to do 40. Mouse beater. What kind of dwarf would you like? Any preference? Dwarves can't fit the necklaces over their heads, so they have to wear it like a crown. That's a funny idea, but then explain why humans do the same thing. I don't know. I just really like the kind of funny Dwarf Fortress lore that it's like, oh yeah, well, the reason they wear amulets, like, on their heads is because they... It's a peat wall. You can't get clay from peat, can you? It's always disappointing. Same with silty clay. I don't think you can either. No. Disappoint as usual. Wait, no. Chat, I'm dumb. I mean, you knew that already. But there is, in fact, clay here. we are going to go get us some clay. Norman Reedus. All right, chat. So, Mousebeater wants me to do like the Death Stranding thing because we're on the beach, right? What job would Norman Reedus from Death Stranding have if Norman Reedus was a dwarf in Dwarfort? What job would it be? You know, honestly, Hauler is correct, but like that's literally everybody. Messenger is like the second best. Normal man us. No, we'll call him normal. Norman Reedus. Norman Reedus. Inky Tot be his last name. He's married to Abel Pascopper, who's a clother. He has no friends. Oh boy. He's in a constant state of internal rage, probably due to the annoying fan base of The Walking Dead. He does not generally seek... Actually, Norman Reedus seems like a really chill person. I don't know why, but like just all of the interviews, every time I've seen him, just the way that guy kind of carries himself, he just seems kind of like a character actor that got really lucky and like is just in shit that seems kind of fun to be in and has a reality show about motorcycles. I wonder if that show's still going. Anyway, he does not generally seek retribution for his past wrongs. He is stingy with resources on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort. He is dour as a rule and conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Well, yeah, his mom's the president, right? And he generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and tends to be passive in discussions and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He is conflicted by this since he values harmony as an intellectual concept. He tends to think before acting and is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from himself. He does not easily hate and rarely develops negative feelings and prefers to present himself modestly. He can sometimes act with a little determination and confidence and is not particularly interested in what others think about him. He can handle stress and occasionally overindulges. He is often nervous and tries to keep things orderly. When he's bored, he often scratches his nose. He starts to whisper when he's trying to remember something, and blows out his breath when he's annoyed. He has a very distinct laugh when he's excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Aside from the constant state of eternal rage, although I could see him being quietly really angry. Like, he personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, and finds sacrifice to be the height of folly, sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and disregards tradition, and doesn't particularly care about craftsdwarfship, but dreams of mastering a skill. He likes microcline and bismuth bronze, and amethyst and giant jackal tooth. Leggings, brown recluse spiders for their venomous bite, and the sight of the heliotrope Lut's mother. And when possible, he prefers to consume tiger, blackberry, and spelt flower. Carambolas, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. I named a dwarf Norman Reedus. I'm not sure when you left for dinner, but We fought and killed a forgotten beast. I've built a bunch of mist generators. We've more or less sorted out the bad moods. I made my mayor share a room with the were creature briefly, who I guess he got into an argument with in the time that he was in there because this poor guy. Go pray. It's right there. Or don't. Anyway. Your 3-year-old granddaughter has decided to worship the god of death despite no other family members following this god. You've just got like yourself an up-and-coming millennial emo. That's what's happening. All right, so we now have clay. Collect clay. We're just gonna say collect 50 clay. Repeat monthly. Are you telling me? So, I understand that I'm typing in the type of material that this is, and I realize that aardvark is the first thing that's going to pop up at the top. But I can't say that I have opened up this menu in a really long time. I'm trying to specify the type of material so that I can be like, for the amount of clay boulders or whatever is less than. But the first item on the list is aardvark blood. Anyway, the amount of clay is less than 0. Is less than... at most greater than, less than 100. Collect 50. Anyways, what else? What can I do with this clay exactly? I can make clay bricks, clay crafts, clay jugs, clay pot. How about we do clay pot. Clay statue. Let's just do 40 statues. And, oh, that's glaze. And just make 100 of those. It's gonna take a little bit, but down and in here. I'm gonna go around the edge of this. And let's jump up to here and go around the edge a little more. Let's go all the way down to the bottom. Continue you. What the heck? Oh my god. These fucking trees, man. They keep on, like, making this entire chunk inaccessible. There we go. Got a kiddo collecting clay. Look at that. So what's for dinner, chat? Also, you made an 8 dinner. What'd you have for dinner, Bobtron? I had a pretty tasty lentil salad for lunch. For breakfast, I had a smoothie. I don't know what I'm gonna do for dinner just yet. I know I need to go out for brunch this weekend because going out for brunch is like one of the only things like I really do on my own time. meaning I don't do much on my own time. It's just kind of a reality. But I need to try and go out for brunch this weekend because the last few, I usually go out for brunch on a Monday if I'm going to go out for brunch. Dwarves are here to trade, but I didn't make it out for brunch because during the past few weekends it's been like pouring fucking rain on Mondays, and I do have this broken foot with a splint on, so getting outside in pouring fucking rain with an air splint on, really not fun. Chili dogs? Hell yeah. That's almost like a celebration food. Although chili dogs for me is a very summery thing. I don't know. I'm also gonna need to make more bread this weekend. I'm gonna try and make a, see if I can get a, a loaf of bread that is less dense than the last one that I made. It's gonna take a couple tries probably. So we've got chili dogs, chili and potatoes. I'm sensing a theme here. Used to put a couple of socks on it and walk on it. I mean that's kind of what I've done before. I also like put a plastic bag on my foot once, but like genuinely like it takes too long to just dry after the fact. It just kind of sucks. I don't know. To me, it's like it's not worth. If it's something that like I need, like if I needed to go pick up my meds or something, yeah, I just you know put a trash bag on my foot and go for the walk that I need to do, or get an Uber if I feel like being really dumb and just Uber like 4 blocks. But like realistically, like if I have the option, I'd rather not do that, you know. Let's sell more or less whatever we can. I'll bet you that these finished goods bins are gonna be real fucking heavy. It's mostly just clothing, crafts, and then a very heavy bin. Let's go right here. And just do clay. And then you, I'm going to erase literally all of you, with the exception of that. And erase all that. There we go. Glaze statue, glaze pot. I want to say that you can make pearl ash into glaze, right? Or is it plaster that you can make into glaze? I'm just going to see what they're using for glaze here, because I'm actually not sure what I have that can be used as glaze. Ash glaze, okay. What were you celebrating, DS? You appear to be a prophet of the god of minerals? I'm not gonna lie, that very much sounds like some sort of snake oil thing. Curious if that can even be done, or if that's just busted, or if I'm just out of stuff. Yeah, not a ton of stuff to glaze at the minute. I'm just gonna wait until we have a few of these. That's not bad. can't even remember what earthenware looks like. It's been so long. That's a statue of nightmares. That's pretty dope. I gotta be honest, that's pretty rad. I really want to see what this thing looks like. It's an image of nightmares in earthenware by Vubok. It's glazed with well-prepared ash glaze. So they like your snake oil? Oh, it's just a square. That's unfortunate. Oh well. In other news, why is the frame rate a little low? Oh. Well, there was giant ospreys on the map a minute ago. Not anymore, though. So I'm just going to go down to you right here. I'm going to go trade with you once Dino wakes up. There was an ace? How do you pronounce that? A-Y-C-E? Sushi place? Unless you tried to say nice and like screwed up the typo real well. You enjoyed going to? There used to be a place called Sushi Shogun, 1 block away from where I used to live, which had this deal where you'd get a 15% discount if you picked things up and ordered it through their app or phoned them instead of like eating in. So they would literally like, they'd cut the taxes and give you a 15% discount if you just ordered directly through their app and showed up, or if you paid cash at the door, which is pretty good. Oh, I see. All you can eat, like, never gonna be something that I'm into. Holy fuck, are you for real? They just found that dwarf dead? I thought that this dwarf had been buried for a while. Pfft, okay. Wow. Very successful snake oil salesman, I guess is what we'll go with. But the body's been there for forever. Hold on. No, like they put the body here. They only just found it? Do I have a dwarf that's like missing their eyes or something that hauled the corpse there and didn't realize it was Kazul? You know what I mean, right, chat? Like, that dwarf died ages, like a year plus ago. What the fuck? What the actual hell? Yeah, I have children on grave duty because not that many dwarves have died. So it kind of doesn't matter all that much. They're mostly just hauling bones of stuff we've butchered. It only starts to matter when like dwarves are dying in like larger numbers. I use milk instead of water and get double poof. Well, it's not so much poof. When I say dense, I mean like carb dense wise. I need to figure out ways of like lessening the carbs in bread. I also don't, what's the word? Use milk in like anything. I don't even have any milk in my apartment right now. I just use almond milk for everything. Once again, because carbs. So I'm gonna use more whole wheat and probably put like more nuts and seeds in it than last time. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Gimper, it's never something that will appeal to me. But I respect it. I don't know. It's good value for your money, but it's not something that's appealing to me in regards to all you can eat. Mostly because every time I've been to an all-you-can-eat sushi place, and I've been to a few of them, it's been kind of shit quality. Like, I would much rather spend more, get less, and have higher quality than, like, go to a flat rate all-you-can-eat place. It's just me. To each their own, though. Because, like, I've been to all-you-can-eat sushi places before, and it's like, not my vibe at all. There we go. Buy the cages, and then I can take the rest. Take the cut gems. Milk, ale, venom. Everything but the bee venom, please. I'll take the bolts. Take the bags. Take the meat. Take the thread. Take the books. Take the cheese. Take the other books that aren't rolly books. Trade. You just didn't know what was good to start with. No, totally. One of my friends who I would describe him as either as a foodie, or my friend Kevin. I would either describe him as a foodie or like he just hangs out with somebody who's a foodie. And they him and his friend go to a sushi place once a week when his friend's in town. Which means every now and again he'll be like, yo, his friend's name hasn't been around in a while. And it's great because he's saved so much money. And they go to this, I wouldn't say upscale sushi place, but you have to get there right when they open, and you have to be willing to eat in under than 30 minutes because the restaurant is always booked like 3 months in advance for the rest of the day. They just don't book the bar, and they don't book any tables for the first 45 minutes when they're open. So you literally need to be there 10 minutes before they open and just stand there and wait. And it is very good, but like kind of too expensive. There's a Forgotten Beast. I need to figure out where it is. The Forgotten Beast, Moma's Neko Larak, has come. A great eyeless snakefly. That ain't no Neko. It has large mandibles and a gaunt appearance. Its silver exoskeleton is warty. Beware its webs. That's not fun. Ugh. Well, that's unpleasant. So the smart thing to do is to simply lock the door. That would be the smart thing to do. But I think what I will do, instead of doing just the smart thing, is I will lock this door. I will... fortify this layer. Tell both these squads to go stand right here. It is spattered with Moldog blood. Yeah, because it's killed a few of them, probably. What happened to the purple blob thing? The purple blob thing is in the bottommost layer, which I've locked off access to because it's all water. So I don't really have any reason to mess around in there unless I need to pump water from somewhere. So it's probably still flapping around down there, or it got squished by something. The purple blob is kind of funny. Actually, it might still be visible. Yeah, here it is. The grizzly, Uksu the grizzly. That may be one of the funnier beasts I've seen. But something I could do actually is I could probably just like pop a hole in the floor here, and it could probably just fly in. I could probably just let it in, actually. So, I don't know. If you want me to let it in, I can. But this thing here is a bigger threat. How many naked... okay, so it's spattered with naked Moldog blood, but it doesn't... Hasn't killed any. It seems that there's a raven. Hold up. There's a named raven. Savage Hatchets is a legendary raven who killed Justus Stargilt. Can somebody look up Stargilt and tell me whose pet that was? Because that was somebody's pet. Hold up. I need you guys to go murder a raven real quick. Also, I think it got another kill because there's now a dead guinea hen. God, what an awesome name for a raven. Savage Hatchets. Which has killed Justus Stargilt and Avuz Seal Rumors. That's way too fucking cool. That's way too goddamn cool. Forgot your shield, Michael. Assuming it comes down. It probably won't. Nope, certainly doesn't. It's the pet of Lycott Lantern Sound? Hold on, let me look up Lycott. Huh. So I don't have a Lycott. Maybe Lycott's dead. Because I don't see a Lycott. Struck down by a goblin? Oh. Wait, what? I haven't been attacked by any goblins. Where were they struck down by? Oh, off map. Right, got it. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. I attacked some goblins. We didn't get attacked by goblins. Okay, let's just get these dwarves back down to here. Now we just have to wait for that beast to take notice. Yeah, no, that makes sense that Lycott was one of the soldiers that went off to go fight at the mysterious palace. We're about to get hit by some ads. When the ads start, I will pause the game. Just waiting for that beast to reappear. Beast Monster Fortress Edition Emergence. Okay, we are in an ad break. Game is paused. We shall wait. And wait we shall. We're gonna have to go monster hunting soon. Actually, while we're in the ad break. Good news is I made it almost to the other end. It's taking a bloody long time. But I need to make it to about there. Same with here. Need to make it to about there. Then we can go all the way across. They'll meet in the middle. Uh-oh. Oh. I like how I was like looking at the stuff dying over there and being like, oh, that's funny. Anyways. Never mind. I need to move the militia upstairs. There seems to be a bit of a scuffle happening that requires some dwarfs with sharp sticks. And, oh, hey, never mind. They got it. Dwarves that are stunned. Nobody seems to need to go to hospital, though, oddly enough. They're just kind of dragging their asses up and heading underground. That's rather miraculous. Well done. It's always fun when, like, you just jump up to the surface and then you're like, oh, wait a second, that's not right. Maybe it's best that I leave my dwarves on the surface until... until they calm down a little bit. I'm waiting for somebody to get spooked off of one of those really long walkways that I'm building. It's gonna happen. So Suited posted a thing in the Fluxer server about 15 minutes ago that I forgot you made. Are you just like... keeping those for a rainy day? Like... I'm just saying. Also, I can't download it. It seems like they're trying to download images off of Fluxer. It's just like, the server's unavailable. Well, that's unfortunate. We're just that cool. There you go. It's this. I'd totally forgotten about that. I wonder if I could upload that as a sticker to Fluxer. I mean, here's the thing. Like, it's going a little slow, but like, it's still significantly stabler than the other place we tried, which was Stoat. Speaking of, hey Stone, you wanna nuke a bot for me? I don't know if Stone's here at the minute. Elfie, you wanna nuke a bot for me? Because, it's this. You mind, like, sniping this person into oblivion for me? That'd be appreciated. It's this anime icon and name Luna. I love it when they at you, specifically. Those are always the best ones. Fucking wonderful. That was a neat Fluxer clan. I know, right? It is nice that in an era when stuff on Discord is getting, like, questionably useful and, like, people are getting spooked and not quite exodusing the platform, but like maybe contemplating their choices and considering alternatives. It's nice that it seems like people have kind of found one quickly, because I really hope that just ends up being the one. Because I'll be honest with you guys, the fucking worst part about social media and people deciding they don't want to use it so much anymore is when nobody can fucking decide where to go. It's like literally the world's worst part of the whole sheding. Just start giving folks out your number if shit hits the fan. Find me here. Wait, what? On like your phone number? Or do you mean just like your Fluxer ID? I'll tell you this: the weirdest moment was Monday for me in the evening. I got a phone call from my friend Kevin, who was just like, "So I'm deleting my Discord account. Where are we going?" I was like, "Oh man." So we are now on Signal to chit chat. Which seems a bit like overkill, you know, like playing some Hunter Call of the Wild and co-op over Signal, but I don't know, it's got voice chat and we both use it, so. Okay, I was looking for something specific down here, and now I'm blanking as to what it was. Right, you. Signal would work as well, but you're lazy. I feel like we have different definitions of the word lazy. It's been like that for a while. Also, I'm not bailing, I'll be honest with you. Like, unless there is a mass exodus, which I don't think is going to happen, because people are so... You know, people were using Skype right up until the end of Skype. That's like something that I like to... I sometimes feel the need to remind people. No, that's the wood one. I'm dumb. This is wood. I want to be using this one. So you will also pull from here. And also, oh, you already are set to load clay. And you'll take clay. Actually, I'll take all clay. What are the alternatives to Discord? There's like thousands of them. The one that we're trying is called Fluxer, F-L-X-E-R. If you type in !Discord in the Twitch chat right now, it will actually just give you a link to Fluxer. It's also pinned in the YouTube stream at the minute. It seems kind of unstable. I mean, it's not a finished platform. Obviously, it went into open beta on like the 1st of January, I think. So it's still pretty recent in the grand scheme of things. But the nice part about it is it's open source. It has a sane terms of service, and their general statement on like having to scan ID laws is we will block the region, but we won't block or they won't block VPNs. So basically, like, it's just a much more... I feel more responsible encouraging people to go there versus encouraging people to go to Discord these days. I don't even have, like... And I guess, like, at least for me, I could also say that maybe I'm partially salty as well, because, you know, there was a time when I was a Discord partner, and I gave them a lot of free advertising, and it's ever since they nuked the Discord partner program, I've been getting a little salty with them, and that was, what, 2022? Why are you sleepy? Isn't it like morning there? Or is this like you just woke up kind of deal? That's just not happening. None of the alternatives are ready for that influx. Not for all of Discord, but here's the thing, right? I watch Formula One. DF question. If you use dyed leather for books, does it color the books? I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't for the leather. I'd be willing to bet it does, because books do have coloration, but I don't know. You'd have to try it and tell me. I don't watch hockey at all. So I watch Formula One, right? And the Formula One team Williams has a YouTube channel, as most people do these days. And one of the series that they do on that channel is like the two drivers talk, and they run a podcast. It's just them sitting with microphones bullshitting about what they're going to do that week, basically. And it's kind of interesting because you get like weirdly genuine like insight into some behind the scenes stuff for Formula One. So if you're a Formula One fan, it's great. However, they routinely mention talking to each other on Discord. Discord is so far beyond mainstream that the people that are actually noticing this shit and paying attention and seeing the news are like a fraction of the audience. I'd be willing to bet we're like less than 5% of the audience noticing this. So I don't think that another platform needs to be ready for a mass exodus, because I don't think there will be a mass exodus of that size. Just period. It's not going to happen. But people starting to notice will happen. And you need to find a platform that is capable of scaling. And I do think Fluxer is capable of scaling. I do like using gold and platinum for books, I will admit. That's about what I got the day before. Did you mean to say women's hockey, not demons? Like, I was very confused as to what you said when you said demons. I was like, are you trying to refer to like the devils? What? I was pretty confused, but. Yeah, I'm not a fan of like any of the team's sponsors these days. Like, everybody's got at least one giant NFT shop. Everybody's got at least one or two cryptocurrencies. There's all like Atlassian is like the title sponsor for Williams. Like OKX is McLaren. I don't know. It all kind of sucks. All of the money stuff around Formula One kind of sucks. There's a pretty good spreadsheet that I found once on the Formula One subreddit, which basically just ranks every single sponsor on every single Formula One car from useful product to outright scam. And as of last year, there was like 3 that were useful products, and they're all like shipping and logistics companies or like heavy machinery. Everything else is just like at the very least, the Gemini and like Google Chrome logos don't look as fucking ugly as the HP logo on the Ferrari. Was the F1 cool car included? I don't get it. Oh my god, the HP logo. Uh-huh. How's the water? How's the war with the FPS going? We're back up to 60 because I refilled the ocean. But it went up to a very playable, stable, like, I don't know, 5 FPS or so. Once it drained all the way down to the bottom, so that part was good. These days, it's more me versus the birds. Agitated giant great horned owl head. What a sentence. Kiddo, what are you doing? Oh, right. I made a really long plank. I kind of forgot about this. I mean, I'm not calling Google Chrome a scam. That one fit, like, last time I found that document, Google Chrome was in the bad product category. Obviously, you know, it's like kind of a satirical spreadsheet, but the one that always like makes me blink and then blink 3 more times is DP World. It's like not the easiest company to look up. But turns out it's just a shipping company. You heard me. It's like a shipping and logistics firm. But every time I see it, I'm just like, huh. Like, I'm assuming that's not what I think it is. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I did like the like having one brightly colored car on the grid that wasn't a Ferrari, but yeah, even the drivers in that car looked upset, and I don't think it was just because that car was bad. Like genuinely, they looked so upset. For those of you who don't know, the sketchy slumlord streaming service Kick had a Formula One car sponsored last year, alongside of their parent shitbag borderline mafia corporation parent company Stake. So it was like Kick and Stake, and depending on whether or not crypto gambling was legal or gambling was legal in the region the race was happening, they would swap title sponsors. So sometimes it was the Kick Sauber and sometimes it was the Stake Kick Sauber. Which is like, to me, it just kind of reminds me of the, oh boy, what was it? It was like the ultimate, it was like, there was this meme that went around in like 2014, which is like, I'm going to create the ultimate social media network. It's going to be a combination of all of the strongest portions of all of the greatest, and it's going to be called My Twit Face. My Twit Face. Kind of reminds me of that. I wish they would bring that. You know, honestly, I would not mind the cars having smoking sponsors again, because they're not allowed to. But man, sometimes I feel like the sponsors they have now are like less healthy for society. But hey, at least they're spending money on, you know, whatever. Although the best Formula One sponsor that they've had, that anything has had at all, is whenever Zoom sponsors races, because it just says Zoom everywhere and someone always reposts the meme. It's just like, hey, I didn't know that Formula One had subtitles. And it's like Zoom in the background everywhere. I think it's just because most of the sponsors are either oil companies that we're just like, that most people are naturally inclined to just kind of look at with squinty eyes. And if they're not oil companies, then they're tech companies. And it's like, there's no world where Oracle doesn't look like a bunch of shitbags, you know? Like, that world doesn't exist. We just live in a world now where, you know, no, for rightfully so, with good reason, not many people like Oracle. Or Salesforce, you know? Like, 10 years ago, Oracle was kind of a neat company. Seeing Microsoft in sponsoring things was kind of neat. They've just all lived long enough to become the baddies, and so, you know. Not only that, but they're doing like a real bad job of it. At least there's no Grok car. To be fair, if we had regulation 30 years ago, like we did today, cigarette ad companies' ads would be everywhere. Oh, no, absolutely. Not Grok car yet. Yeah, well. I miss when, like, sketchy tech was cool. Like, Dogecoin sponsoring a NASCAR car was one of the funniest things I ever saw in my life. Is F1 inundated with sports gambling? Like, okay, so I don't know. I haven't seen it. Like, every now and again, you'll see, like, a driver with, like, something bet on their shoulder, but not really. I assume people get... So, that's a question from YouTube chat. Is just, like, is Formula 1, like, inundated with sports gambling? Probably. But, like, maybe this is just me, but, like, who the fuck would bet on Formula 1? I'm sure somebody's doing it. I mean, yeah, they do literally have a race in Las Vegas. You make a good point. But, like, at least in the commentary, there's kind of none of that. At least in the commentary I watch. Although I don't watch, like, US broadcast of Formula 1. I watch either F1 TV, and sometimes if I'm rewatching a race, I will listen to Crofty and what's his fuck? Brundle. Crofty and Brundle over at Sky Sports. And it's like, every now and again, Brundle will accidentally say something super racist because he's like that level of boomer. But like, most of the time, they're fine. They're just kind of like general sports commentary that are kind of entertaining most of the time and occasionally funnily, hysterically problematic. Whereas like the F1 TV people are like super buttoned up and actually quite professional. It could just be the broadcasts I watch, I don't know. But I've never once heard a commentator over Formula 1 state like a pick. And you didn't tell me in advance so that I could like bet whether or not I'd be wearing a black shirt today on Polymarket Painter? Damn it. You fucked me up, man. We could have been in on this. You should have let me know. Don't waste your money on Polymarket, please. It's pushed heavy in the online streams? Okay, so when you're talking about pushed heavy in the online streams for Formula 1, what Formula 1 online streams? Like, do you mean third-party people streaming it and talking over it? Do you mean... Because it's not on F1 TV at all. Sure, but betting on car racing is different than betting on Formula 1. And also, it kind of depends on the actual year, I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of like allergic to gambling, so I just kind of ignore it and tend to just like wipe it out of my head. Mostly because I think that shit's kind of disgusting. I know it's included in car racing. Okay. Anyways. Kaz, the blacksmith, withdraws from society. So this barely feels like a bump to you. You'd bet that more than half the people gamble? Oh, probably. I mean, okay, I guarantee you less than half the people watching Formula One are gambling on it, mostly because of where a lot of people are located in Formula One. Formula One has also historically had a, they have a historic and important race that I hate in Monaco, which is like quite literally Europe's Las Vegas. Shining bars of metal. Glass! You need glass. I'm going to stop you right there, Kazel. The problem with Polymarket is it exists. But now I'll finish what you're saying. And the likes is not the gambling per se, but the rampant insider trading. I rest my case and stand by what I said. It's okay. Congress is, like, too busy betting on themselves to notice. Like, that's the reality of it. I feel like every day that I stumble into parts of the internet that talk about Polymarket or any of those other platforms that are doing that shit now, it's always like, oh, somebody's like betting on themselves whilst committing actual atrocities and war crimes. It's like, will we commit war crimes today? Turns out, yes. Easy, 150 grand. Sorry, but problem number one is that it exists. Yeah. For reference to if anybody here is wondering about what my actual takes on gambling are, I was once offered like, oh boy, would have been if it was an annual salary, it would have been a six-figure salary. I was once offered $60,000 a month, an unlimited gambling budget, and I was allowed to keep my winnings in order for 40 hours a week, 40 hours a month worth of work. Or was it 40 hours a week? I'd need to actually go look at the email. To stream on a platform that isn't Twitch and stream slots. Anyways, I said no. So that's my take. That shit can get fucked. Go away. Eat shit and die. I mean, I'm totally fine with people hanging around with some friends and, like, playing a couple games of blackjack. That's totally fine. No issue there. Dwarf grabbed gold bars, raw green glass, conglomerate blocks, alpaca wool cloth, conglomerate blocks, rough bandfire opals, and 2 rough crystaprazes. And you are a blacksmith. There's another, if you, CoffeeZilla put out a pretty big video talking about CSGO gambling a while ago, and in that video he talks with a bunch of Twitch streamers. One of the streamers he mentions is Arrow, and Arrow said something in that video that sticks with me, because I'm kind of in the same boat, where it's like, if I took that deal, I would never really forgive myself. I would feel like shit forever. And I'm happy that I didn't. But I still think about it almost every day. How long would that have lasted? I don't think they'd be paying me that much anymore. Because at the time that I got offered that deal, it was December 2022, moving into January 2023. And I was averaging 1,500 viewers a stream on Twitch. So it the money wouldn't have stayed that high. And they offered me several other deals. Until I literally sent them an email and said, please stop emailing me. And actually respect, they did. And by the last time they emailed me, they offered me about twice the amount per month that I'm making now. And my views have stayed about the same. So, if I was capable of converting a portion of an audience to a different platform, and that platform sucks. You guys know what it is. But the people over there, when new people sign those deals, they do send influxes of people to them generally, because I unfortunately know some people who took deals like that. I don't know. I wouldn't have the career I do now. How long would it have lasted? Again, I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to say. If it lasted for 5 months, 4 months, I would have made more in that time than I have made not doing that since. So that's kind of like the kicker, right? It would have been such a huge influx that there's this saying in content creation, which is called, which you hear in a lot of startup industries, which is retirement money, which is basically like a big enough investment or a big enough like surge or a big enough bag, if you want to be a twat about it, that it doesn't matter if you don't have a career after it. You know, it's like the deal Ninja took when he went to Mixer, when he got $30 million from Microsoft or whatever it was. Or like PewDiePie getting, what was it, fucking $100 million in crypto? Or something. I might be making that number up. Because it was like 100 million something, but it might have been like in some coin. I don't actually remember. To stream for 6 months on DLive. I wonder if they still exist. Probably. It's probably mostly racists still. Where it's like that's actually dope. Gold Floodgate. 100 million Slim Jims, yeah. No, that's totally fair. I mean, most of you wouldn't be. So yeah, I don't know. It's like is it a deal that I'm happy I didn't take? Absolutely. I'm glad I didn't do it. It was the right choice to not do it. But I will think about it for the rest of my life. It's I guess one of those weird, like, I should butcher those animals that I purchased. It's one of those weird what ifs that's just gonna live there in the head forever. And there's just kind of no way around it, I guess. Kaz, the blacksmith, has created Ula Noton, a gold floodgate, and offers it to the Coast Guard, the North Guild. I mean, imagine how many people you could feed with that many Slim Jims. It's not like they'd ever go bad. Just become a Slim Jim distributor and, like, stock every single... Oopsies. Stock every single local, like, corner store with Slim Jims for months. Also, like, I should be clear. The money amounts they were talking were in US dollars. And it's also like you can keep your winnings and they cover your losses. And often when people take a deal like that, they're just on 48 hours a day, 17 days a week. That's usually how that ends up going. What are you buying? No malt. So yeah, I don't know. Like as I said, it was the right decision not to do it, but I will think about it. I will be thinking about it. But the result is I'm probably a better person for it. Because I was like in a much less stable mindset back then. You know? It's a good thing I didn't do it. Oh, 1,000%. Mr. JV. Like, that's like a large reason why I refuse to take it. Like, morals are the main reason, but the secondary and equally as important reason for me to not do it is me not doing it means that I'm guaranteed to not develop an addiction to gambling, and I have a very addictive personality. Like, I probably would have developed an addiction to gambling had if I took a deal like that. It would have fucked me up pretty bad, most likely. But doesn't change the fact that, like, I will think about that for the rest of my life. You know, it's sort of like, Cringer, friend of mine. Well, acquaintance these days. Person who streams. Got offered a deal to stream on Facebook. And I remember, I don't think he ever said the exact number, but I remember him saying it was in the ballpark of high six figures. In the ballpark of, like, hundreds. And he's like, my wife will never forgive me, but I'm not going to take the deal. Which I think is kind of funny. Because, like, Facebook offered me the same deal at the time, and I was a much smaller channel than him at the time, and they offered me, it was like $3,000 a month or something. And, you know, I was streaming with, like, 40, 50 people watching and making, like, a third of that. And I thought about it, but I didn't take it. Any crafters and no beard. Name Starsmore? Also, I'm not sure where to put that floodgate, so I'm just going to plop it up here so I remember I have it. That's pretty dope. Lance Flank is your name. She likes excitement now and then and is slow to anger, often feels lustful. She tends to consider what others think of her. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she is often nervous. She is curious and eager to learn, and she tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She's quite ambitious, and she can handle stress. She is greedy. She has a greedy streak, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She talks very quietly when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Who the fuck is watching streams on Facebook? But then, like, you know, you have to factor in the, like, where I was at the time, right? And also, like, I want to say when they were offering people deals like that to stream on Facebook, Class FMT, it was like maybe 5 months before Facebook streams ceased to exist. And I actually know somebody who took that deal, did quite well on Facebook, actually, like, kind of got a lot of views, took the money, and made a YouTube channel at the time, did okay on the YouTube channel, and now primarily streams on YouTube, but also streams on Twitch again, and has like 200 to 300 concurrent streaming Call of Duty on Twitch every day. It actually kind of makes a lot of sense if you're like, if you stream, to do that jump, that route that he did, because he played like first-person shooters in Call of Duty mainstream stuff. For me, it kind of made no sense, which is why I was like, nah. She personally finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, finds those that develop the skill with weapons and fighting distasteful, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes rock salt, gold, and fire opal, muskox horn, the color sandy taupe, as well as maces, armor stands, and geese for their formation flying, satyrs for their woolly legs, and the sound of the page of crystal, and the sight of the heliotrope lute's mother, and when possible prefers to consume plum wine and longland flour, and absolutely hates slugs. I know literally nothing about College Humor. I remember College Humor as like a weird YouTube channel that made edgy comedy videos when I was like high school age, and then I forgot they existed, more or less, until you mentioned them, or occasionally when one of their videos pop up in one of my feeds. Her short ears are fused lobed, and her jade eyes are narrow. She has a pet pig named Mistim, and Remember the smeared sect? Most of your notable things have been here. Welcome to the fort. I guess they must have taken woodshop in college and learned how to sand stuff. Orange. Did you get that e-transfer, by the way, Orange? Can't remember if you responded to the DM or not. Sweet, sweet. Good to know. Cheers. You guys seem to know all of this super deep college humor lore, and this is kind of wild to me. I guess the thing was I never found college humor all that great when I was younger. Like, I kind of never liked it. Just wasn't something I ever paid much attention to, and I guess kind of never really thought about it much. And now I'm suddenly learning that, oh, I guess some people did. So they will put their gear down here when they are done training. But for this artifact, this is a gold floodgate. All craft or ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned conglomerate cabochons, decorated with baguette cut green glass gems and encircled with bands of gold, emerald cut cryophrases. I actually don't know how to say that word. I make it up and I say it different every time. This object menaces with spikes of bandfire opal. This on the item is an image of a maize plant in conglomerate. On the item is an image of a marquee cut gem in alpaca wool. On the item is an image of dwarves in crystal phrase. The dwarves are traveling network relates to the foundation of Squidward by the Coast Guard of the North Guard in the early spring of 200. 25,000 dwarf bucks. This one fancy floodgate? Yep. So that's less about a love and more about a love of Dropout. I want to say I ended up on the Dropout YouTube channel once, and every single video that they'd uploaded in the last month was members only, and I'm like, I'm gonna go back to watching the places that don't do that. And I know that that's like, you know, a legitimate way to run a YouTube channel, but if you're not going to give me anything, well, I will just go find something else. Oh shit, we got Dwarven Sea Web. That's pretty legit. Yeah, I'm also not going to download an app to see your stuff. That's another thing. I'm also not going to download an app to watch your stuff. So if you have your own streaming service, I'm good. Says the guy who like has a Nebula subscription. But, you know. But that's good to know that they're good people. Yeah, at the end of the day, like, I think when it comes to being an independent creator who has an audience that isn't tiny, there will always be people that offer you deals that are so good, it's a deal that you couldn't refuse. And that just kind of comes with the territory. And I think that there are two kinds of people. There are the people who see that it's a deal that's largely too good to be true and will probably cause you more pain in the long run for short-term gains than not. Those who take it, in my experience, are often a little bit younger, a little bit less mature is maybe a word I would use. Often people that are more prone to making unwise decisions in general. And I like to think that I'm smart enough and I've been doing this long enough that I'm not that person and I won't be that person, because I've seen those people and they rapidly descend, either fall apart physically or mentally, or they end up hurting themselves or other people, or they just live fast and disappear. Not to say that they die or anything, but like cease creating content that is meaningful, and instead you end up with an audience of people that watches you not because you make something that they respect, but because they either hate you or are just simply amused by the antics. And I don't think that that's ever really going to be a positive reason to watch the work of somebody who claims to be a creative individual. And I do honestly think that there's more to this industry than just getting the bag and getting out. But maybe that's because I'm old. I mean, when I started streaming, there was no way to make money. The affiliate program didn't exist. You had to be a Twitch partner, which meant you needed an average of 300 concurrent viewers. And I want to say when Dwarf Fortress came out, yes, I would have had those numbers. Up until that point, there was 1 month where I had an average of 300 concurrent viewers, and that was because I got 4 paid for front page slots, which were paid for by a game developer as part of a marketing deal. I got free promotion. I got stuck on the front page of Twitch. Hindsight, they kind of ripped me off, but I digress. It was fun. Since Dwarf Fortress released, I've had that number twice. So, like, it was unobtainium at the time. Now it's possible. And so a lot of the people who start doing this do this with a very cynical, calculated look of, I'm here to make money. And I think that largely kind of sucks, because partially that's just capitalism, right? Like that's the economy, that's the world that we live in, that is the system that we have, well, maybe we didn't choose it, but has been chosen on our behalf for us. And there's no real way around it. Hey, Devilish. And as much as I hate it, the only thing I can really do is just kind of exist around it, try not to be too greedy, try to be direct, and do my best. I'm not going to say that I'm one of the oldest content creators on the platform, because I'm certainly not. Definitely not age-wise, and definitely not amount of time spent streaming-wise. But, like, man, I've been doing this for 12 years. People have come and gone in that time, and yeah, there's, you know, like, Dan's Gaming has been doing it longer than me. Co-Carnage has been at it longer than me, but not by that much. Maybe a year or two. Maybe 3 years in some cases. I'll be honest, Majestic, in YouTube chat, I fucking hate gambling. But I understand why casinos exist. Online gambling is something completely different. Being able to just grab your phone and, like, flick a few things, bet, $25 gone, put your phone away. That's kind of fucking terrifying to me. The Forgotten Beast, Osmo, and also, when it comes to gambling, I do think that mechanical slot machines are pretty dope. Just as somebody who likes mechanisms and mechanical objects, that shit's fucking awesome. Not that I would really use one. I have crammed a few pennies into a penny slot before. I was in a bar in Vegas once where they just give you, like, a roll of quarters, and they're just like, put a quarter into this every, like, 30 minutes or so, and your drinks are free. It's like, okay. I'm like, this seems like a scam. And they're like, but just tip your bartender $1. It's fine, done. The Forgotten Beast, Osmos, has come. A towering three-eyed mite. It has a, did we not see this one before? It has a curling trunk, and it squirms and fidgets. Its tan exoskeleton is rough and cracked. Beware its poison bite. Did I not fight this thing already? No, definitely not. Huh. Well, there's 2 forgotten beasts on this level now. That's crazy. Okay. And I'm assuming, yep, they've put all their gear away, so they gotta run and grab it. They're gearing up, running down. Beast heading towards fort. Oh, shit! Chat, there's something on the screen that I've never seen before. Quite literally. I've never seen one of these before. That is a giant nautilus. Let's see if I can look up nautilus without finding the League of Legends character. ILUS. Honestly, they're kind of pretty. You know, wouldn't it be great to be a creature that's just like an aquatic Zoidberg face? Well, that's basically like what they are. Like, I realize like they're swimming away from that, but like not in my mind. And they make that sound in my head. So fucking cool looking. I've never seen one of those before. Yes, that's what they would sound like. See where we're at on these beasts. Surprise tentacles, basically. Dyed skulls is pretty sick. I would have gone with dead skulls, but... Or maybe the Dead Sea Skulls. And I'm gonna turn on the burrow real quick. Rabbit's been missing for a week. There's also a giant cave spider on the map somewhere. Or there was. Oh, there it is. Well, that's spooky. I don't think he's friendly, guys. Then there's also this thing. This is Skull Shafts. Who's coming straight in. This one has webs. So wish us luck, chat. We've got one dead dwarf. Haul it, pack nerd, is no longer with us. Bolt flies, and it becomes a corpse. And it falls. Rest in peace. Haul it, pack nerd. You died too young. Now, where's the other one? Unless they already killed it and it's over here. Oh my god, they did. So, glass half empty. Shoots a bolt at the Forgotten Beast in the head, tearing the muscle and tearing the brain. So, glass half empty killed the web spitter. And also killed Osmos Dyed Skulls. That's 3. That's 3. 3 kills. Holy shit. And the militia captain of the main squad, Michael Bay, slept through that entire fight. I don't know what you're going to do with that information, but now you know that. I feel like he should be punched for such a cowardly display. No, all the Crundles were unexisted. He's doing all right. I mean, he's a militia captain. I'm kind of sad that we lost Hewlett-Packard. I mean, Hewlett-Packard. But, rest in peace, Dwarf. You do get a gold coffin out of it. I'm sure it's worth it. All right, chat. I've been streaming for 10 hours. I think we hit the daily minimum. I mean, we got that big pile of bits, which cleared that. So I just want to say I appreciate that. Just double checking because I'm actually kind of curious if we did. According to this, we haven't, but I think it's just delayed. I think it was just late enough in the day that it'll show up tomorrow. But according to this, if it is a day delayed, I will be about $4 below, which honestly, I can live with that. Guys, ready to go shout at somebody? Wind down for the day? I mean, actually. Okay, that's a little concerning. Dwarf Fortress isn't responding. I swear if Hewlett-Packard came back and pulled a lever and flooded the ocean, I might put in like a middle finger sticker on my Hewlett-Packard laptop. Oh, I know I opened a hole. It's fine. But Dwarf Fortress ain't responding. What's funny is like the game's paused, so like why wouldn't it be responding? Wouldn't it be really funny? Can fish be trained? I don't think so. Okay, so like, I think it might actually be my. Oh, chats, can you guys say something? Like, just move the chat. I can't click on anything. Why is this? Okay, I can if I tab out. What the heck? So if I tab out a dwarf fortress, it works. What the shit? Okay, so now it's fine. That is wild. I don't know what the fuck that was. It's bizarre. What the hell was that? Huh. All right, well, just so I don't forget, I do have to fix this. All right. Tuesday, we will return to this fort. We will continue the project of draining the ocean. I'm sure next week, by next weekend, I will get this all drained. But it's still being steadily worked on, slowly extended. It's a long, slow build. But it'll be worth it, hopefully. Today got exciting. You know, we got Forgotten Beasts. Oh, it's already gone. Wow. You know, we got Forgotten Beasts. We got that giant Nautilus that arrived and left. We got dwarves. We got monsters. We got a were creature that I'm periodically feeding. We realized, which I should have noticed earlier, that I had access to clay, and we're making earthenware crafts. The look of this fortress is still kind of awesome, in my opinion. This also kind of looks like a weird snail. That wasn't even intentional. I mean, this looks like a snail. This also kind of looks like a snail. It's like just more of a square snail.